Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in there if you can hear me. If you can hear me, give me a 1. Because we're going to put some shit to rest real quick. Can you hear the video? Give me a 1. I'm about to start it. Give me a 1 if you can hear this.
He's gonna take the beauty back.
It wasn't enough to make himself beautiful.
Can you hear that? Give me a 1.
Oh shit!
We're going to have a little bit of fun. Okay. Get my pipe going real quick. Okay, if y'all can hear me, we're good to go. I'm going to quit that real quick. Okay, so because I have it turned down because it can be blaring. Let's try it now. It is better. I'll turn it up a little bit.
That's
Because we're about to twist a couple of tails. I know it's nothing I can really do about that. Oh yeah. In fact, I'm not going to send it to text. I'm going to let him come straight up. I want everybody to see it. I want everybody to get pissed off. I want Lou to get pissed off, to be honest with you. Because we're going to have some fun with this shit. Because we're going to have some fun with this idiot. Actually, all 3 idiots. Because this is going to be fun today. So, Tammy has a stream going just a little bit earlier. I'm amazed how many subs this meth-headed homo has. Because what's funny is, the dude will sit there and talk about stuff he has no idea about. And when he makes an accusation, he never has any proof of it. He just says it. And he thinks that's God's honest truth. Damn, last time I checked, if you're going to make an accusation, you better have proof. Otherwise, you just look like a moron. So let's see what they have to say. We're starting this at about an hour and 14 minutes into his stream.
After said he lost his coffee pot, my youngest threw a little ammo toy and busted it.
Okay, get past all the Titty Andy bullshit real quick.
Well, anyway, so off to work I go.
Woohoo! Yay!
Keep going.
Jack and the crack and get me some lunch. I'm also going to get me some gas and try this shit all over again, just like I did last night. I've got pedophile tendencies. I'm like, really? Really, dude? You're the guy that
And they lied about, then they lied about the hospital that they took me to not having a x-ray machine to fucking look at my hand, and then I had to wait till the next Monday to get a Amy right in the chat. The real Amy right?
Right.
That is her or not?
That is the real Amy. She did not change her icon.
Okay.
Okay, now the idiot they're talking to is Callie. Not sure who she is. I think it's one of Amy's friends from New York. Doesn't know anything that's ever going on except what Amy says. And she's accusing. They're going to start to accuse me of using a sock account under Amy's name to try to get a wrench in Tammy's room. Why in God's name would I waste my time with that? You know, I can't go in his. I can't talk in his room. I'm banned in his live stream and in his chat. Why would I waste my time? The only thing I'd rather do at this point is record his live streams to prove what a fool he is. So this is going to get interesting, folks. Real interesting.
I want to make sure I give you a moderator so that fake one will not come in here. So now you know, Salty, now we know for a fact there's Amy right.
There's no fake Amy going into that chat.
You didn't change your fucking icon. Those fucking guys almost got me again, damn it.
Yep, now I'm gonna do it.
It's so-called dad.
Yeah, her so-called dad is going around.
So-called dad, dude. I'm her father. I've always been her father. I will always be her father. You know, you have no idea what happened with me and her mother. She doesn't even know. The fact of the matter is, you know, I've always been there, had my daughter's back, no matter what. I can prove all of that. That's the sad part. I can prove everything I say, and they can't.
I'm telling everybody in Discord that Swammy and I are pieces of.
And I didn't say anything about him and Swammy. I said him and Tammy Linlin were begging a mentally unbalanced person for her phone number so they could sex chat and they could have nudes from her. Why do I say that? Because I have video evidence of it.
Shit. And now I have a history of being a pedophile because I'm asking Amy for her number so I can get nudes from her and sext her. And when I did that,
You sure to cut out there, Salty.
Salty keeps cutting out.
I said nobody took it serious but Hawk shit. Amy didn't take it serious. She wasn't even worried.
Right.
Swammy and I were playing with her. She knew it.
And again, it wasn't Swammy. It was Lou and Tammy Linlin. Why do I know that? Because I got the video.
She laughed about it. It's not that big of a fucking deal, but Hawk shit needs to make a big deal out of everything. And he's trying to
make a big deal out of everything, Tony. Well, yeah, dude. You're asking a mentally unbalanced individual for her number and to get news in the sex chat. One dude is married, the other one's just a major crackhead. Why would a married man and a crackhead be asking for a mentally unbalanced individual's nudes and the sex chatter on the phone if they weren't fucking weird? What kind of fucking moron does that? I mean, dude, it's sad. And they say, I do shit? Let's go on, though. This is getting good.
Tell people that I've got pedophile tendencies. I'm like, really, dude? You're the guy.
And I never said they had pedophile tendencies. I think they act like pedophiles because they've made comments about little kids. Lou himself has said he's going to put Peanut 411's grandson out on pedophiles' websites. And Tammy has made a lot of really strange comments in his career on YouTube. Now he's made a lot of really strange comments.
Hold on here.
Before?
What's that?
My
Was it the
question
picture
is,
she had before she changed it to her cat?
There was a picture of her face that came into my chat, and she had already changed the icon to what it is today. You know, like I've seen this before in my chat. It was always of her cat.
Her in the blue dress?
I don't know, it was just a picture of her face and her hair.
no, it was just a picture of her face.
That's the one he has of her, so it's probably her dad.
Yeah, trying to get in and get a wrench on my chin.
Now, notice this. Because I have a picture of my daughter, it has to be me that's doing it. Right. Again, I don't use sock accounts. I never have. I never will. I don't feel the need. I don't have to hide going into anybody's chat room or anybody's live stream. I've always used the Hawk.wynd account with the rebel flag on my on Texas. I've never needed to use anything else. That's sad. So because she came into Lou's chat using her face as an icon, it's my fault that someone tried to use a fake name. That's really interesting because I've never gone using a fake name in my accounts. I don't have to. But that's the funny part is they think I actually want a wrench in Tammy's stream. Why do I want a wrench in Tammy's stream? None of these people are worth a flip. They're all a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of weirdos. And they lie a lot. What's really funny is they'll spread that everywhere. And I don't care if they spy me on Discord. Holy shit. What am I going to do? Please save me from these people. Oh God. Well, let's continue. This is really funny how they reason this out.
Hold on here. I got a question. Ain't Aimee right of age?
Yeah.
Is she not 18?
She's over 18.
Okay, so how can you be a pedophile?
Isn't the definition of a pedophile somebody who rapes children?
Yeah, but he's just mad that I'm talking to his daughter and that she has a good time talking to me and swearing. But she hates her father because he's an abusive piece of shit. Okay, that's my opinion on it.
And here, let's look at Lou's opinion. He has no idea what's ever happened. She was removed from my custody. She was removed from her mother's custody. We were divorced. Her mother lived in New York while I lived in Texas. How can I abuse somebody in New York, Lou? That's okay. I'm waiting for you to figure that out. But see, I was paying child support. I was sending her stuff through the mail. I never missed a birthday. Never missed a holiday where I could call her and say happy birthday or Merry Christmas or Happy Thanksgiving, how much I loved her. No. Why is all that? It's because Lou is a moron. That's abusive, Lou, to tell your kid you love her and to call her on her birthday and her holidays. That's really abusive, Lou. Here's another thing that they forget. All the pictures that were given to me, I have, were sent to me on a CD disc from the rights. They were sent to me. I didn't have to steal nothing from anybody because they were given to me. It's funny. It really is. So his opinion really doesn't amount to a whole hell of a lot because he's a moron. And let's emphasize this. This dude has no kids. He hates children. Him and his wife couldn't have kids. He doesn't like kids. He hates them. You know, if Lou had ever been a father or ever had kids, he would know better than pull this shit, but he doesn't. Tammy claims to have a kid. I doubt that. I doubt Tammy ever had time between hit the crack and going to jail to sit there and actually having kids. You know, unless he's fucking some old boy in prison and got him pregnant. You know, I don't think Tammy has any kids. That's a lie. He's putting out. He's trying to get sympathy from people because he can't prove he has a kid. He just wants to jump on that bandwagon because he thinks he's special. He's special ed, but he's not very special beyond that.
And look, he might have donated the fucking sperm to make her, but she got.
Well, yeah, Lou, I was married to her mother. We were having sex as a married couple. Yeah, my sperm went in there. My God, you know the birds and the bees. How fucking impressive are you? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I forgot. Either your swimmers are broken or your wife couldn't make eggs. I'm sorry. You wouldn't know that part of it. You poor little sad sack of shit. At least when your wife step out on you, she can get a real man.
Adopted to a loving family because her mother and this piece of shit Hawk.wynd were fucking horrible fucking parents, in my opinion. And you know what?
And again, she's removed from her mother's custody because her mother had a mental breakdown and lost her shit over a relationship that had failed. That's not my fault. I wasn't in New York. Aimee lived in New York from the age of 6 to present. Her mother ran away after flip-flopping between men and women. Her mother got into a relationship with a woman and moved to New York with her. What he doesn't know is that lesbian that Stacy ran off with when she went to New York met a guy at her new job at New York and left Stacy to marry him. So I guess that lesbian wasn't much of a lesbian at all. If you won't get into it, you know, my ex-wife had been living with this woman as a couple from the time Aimee was 6 years old until Aimee was 11 or 12. Okay? She had a daughter also that they were being raised as sisters. You know, so in a fell swoop, my ex lost her girlfriend and Aimee lost what she considered was a sister. Both girls were about the same age. And what's really sad is when she left, I guess that pussy was so good that my ex lost her marbles. So when she lost custody of Aimee, she lost custody to New York because her mother had flipped her wig over pussy. I was nowhere in the picture, Lou. I was in Texas living my life, paying my child support, and being a dad whenever I was allowed to be. But you wouldn't know about that shit, Lou, because you've never had kids. You weren't man enough. You weren't man enough to make any. But I digress. Let's go on.
Hawk.wynd had a younger daughter, 12 years old at the time. He allowed her on fucking YouTube, and then he tells her during the live stream, "Hey, if you're gonna go to the bathroom, make sure you leave the door open so Daddy can watch."
Now, what's really funny is this video does not exist. Supposedly, someone has it, but that's funny whenever anybody asks about it or they ask for it to be produced, they cannot produce it. I wonder how that is. It's because it's a lie. Yeah, I think we can call that a lie. Country guy, I don't know if she got fixed. If you had choice of making kids with Lou, wouldn't you get fixed?
Sure. I'm like, what the fuck? But I'm a pedophile because of something I said.
And again, Lou, like I said, I didn't call you a pedophile for asking Aimee Pache for her nudes. That's you, dude. You're the only one bringing up that term. She's 25 years old. I never said dude was pedophilic. What I said was it's fucking pathetic. There's two words there, Lou. Pedophile and pathetic. It's pathetic that a married old impotent motherfucker with diabetes has asked a 25-year-old for a phone number to get nudes.
Wow.
It's funny.
Also, I'll never forget the video. Please forgive me if this is upsetting to you, Aimee, or whatever. I'll never forget the video because I saw it. Because she came live on Hawk.wyn's channel.
And it's amazing. Tammy's the only person who's ever seen all this stuff. Yet he cannot produce any evidence of it. So far, they've accused me of having a video of my daughter naked in the bathroom. They're saying I posted pictures of Aimee Pache to Facebook of her naked or in some kind of a weird some kind of a porn situation. Well, I would like to see this evidence. Quit saying other people have it. Either you can produce it or you can't. If you can't, you're a liar. It doesn't work. It's no more clear cut than that, Lou. It doesn't get any more clear cut than that, Tammy. You're a liar. You say you got you've seen this evidence, but you can't produce it. Other people have it, is what you told me. Other people have it, but he doesn't have to produce it. Bullshit. If you've seen it, produce it. Get the evidence. But then you went on live stream and you told Teresa that I took it down from Facebook before anybody else could see it. Well, if no one else saw it, Tammy, how did you see it? How is there evidence of it if I took it down before anybody else saw it? How does that work? Because you're a liar? Because you're a moron? Because you're a crackhead who couldn't have kids either? You ain't got no child, you fool. No child I know of would claim a meth head as his father. I doubt you got kids. I doubt you could get it up to have kids. So when you say you prefer a smelly asshole to a rotten pussy, I believe you. Because you like asshole. There's no guy in the world that don't turn you on, Lou. There's no guy that don't turn you on, Tammy. Quit bringing Swammy into it because Swammy wasn't involved. You sound stupid when you lie like you do. You're a liar and you know it. But let's get going. This is funny.
I would never talk to him again. Then what? All of discourse hurt him right now. Okay. I think that caught him very off guard. And he like really set back. Oh, the Discord bag of dick trolls back him all the time, too, man. Well, and I'm talking Made Young Body Crouch. I'm talking that group over there. They back him all the time.
See, now he's bringing other people into it. He has no idea who backs me and who doesn't. One, it's probably because he doesn't know what the truth would be if it bit him. This dude doesn't know what it is. The dude lives on making drama. He lives on lying to people. He makes a fool out of himself on a regular basis. And all you have to do is listen to him for a few minutes to realize he is a moron. Hell, my 14-year-old has more common sense than this idiot. My 5-year-old niece has more common sense than this fool. Him and Lou together both have a total IQ of about 3.
And then Kirsten Shumway accused me of that's right.
She has a right to.
Because you know what, at the end of the day, I've got pedophile tendencies. I'm like, really, dude? You're the guy
No, hold on.
Before?
What's that?
My
Was it
question
the
is,
picture she had before she changed it to her cat?
It was a picture of her face that came into my chat, and she had already changed the icon to what it is today. You know, like, I've seen this before in my chat. It was always of her cat.
Her in the blue dress?
That's not
I don't know, it was just a picture of her face and her hair.
it was just a picture of her face.
That's the one he has of her, so it's probably her dad.
Yeah, trying to get you and get a wrench on my
But
phone.
hold on here. I got a question. Ain't Aimee right of age?
Yeah.
Is she not 18?
She's over 18.
Okay, so how can you be a pedophile?
No, they're going to sit there and they're going to try to reason this out. If you can still hear me, give me a 1, please. If you can hear me, give me a 1. Hello, Juggalo. Don't know who you are, but welcome to the stream.
Isn't the definition of a
Hello,
pedophile
Larry.
somebody who rapes children?
Yeah, but he's just mad that I'm talking to his daughter.
Okay, I'm going to make a correction here. I don't care if he talks to my daughter. She's 25 years old. She's an adult. She can do that if she wants to. I don't care. I don't live her life. I don't make her decisions. What I was angry at was the fact that she's also mentally unstable. She's bipolar disorder. She has extreme anger issues. And he's begging this kid for her phone number to sex chatter and has been asking for nudes. Now, this is a married man. He supposedly has been married for 15 years. At least that's what he says. This is a married man asking a mentally unstable 25-year-old young woman, for nudes and a phone number to sex chat. Him and Tammy Lynn, them both. I don't know about you, but I find that pretty well disturbing and disgusting.
And then she has a good time talking to me and swearing. She hates her father because he's in a...
She's angry at me because of things her mother did. I can't help that. She thinks that I'm the source of her problems because I divorced her mother. Well, I divorced her mother for good reasons. I don't have to explain them to Amy Pache. I don't have to explain anything. She's mad at her mother because her mother abused her, and I can't help that either. I wasn't there. Her mother was living in New York. I'm living in Texas. How am I supposed to do anything about it?
abusive piece of shit. Okay, that's my opinion on it. And look, he might have donated the fucking sperm.
Lou knows how biology works. It's too bad he couldn't put it into practice. Right, Lou? Your swimmers don't work, do they, Lou? In fact, after a few years, we found out a lot of things don't work on you. Right, Lou?
To make her, but she got adopted to a loving family because her mother and this piece of shit Hawk.wynd were fucking horrible fucking...
Who weren't married, who were living in different states. And yeah, I'm terrible because I lived a whole half country away because her mother chose to move from New York in violation of the custody agreement we had. Yeah. Way to go, Lou. Tell us some more shit you don't know about.
Parents, in my opinion. And you know what? Hawk.wynd had a younger daughter, 12 years old at the time. He allowed her on fucking YouTube. And then he tells her, during the live stream, hey, if you're going to go to the bathroom, make sure you leave the door open so daddy can watch you. I'm like, what the fuck?
And yet, there's no proof of this video anywhere. Now, he says he sent it to Falling Bomb. Well, that crackhead motherfucker sat there and said that he had it. But no one has ever been able to get it. For these people who say they have this evidence, if you got it, show it. I want to see it. Otherwise, all you're doing is just spouting out your ass. Like Tammy Lynn telling everybody that I posted porn pictures of my daughter on Facebook. When I challenged him about it, he said, well, I don't have it, but I know people who do. Okay, well, I want to see it. Produce the proof. Then he blocks me from his chat. But when Teresa asked him about it, he tells Teresa that I pulled it down before anybody else could see it or record it. Which way is it, Tammy? You don't get it both ways, son. Either someone has evidence, like you said, or I pulled it down and no one has the evidence that you say you saw. I want to know which way is it, Tammy? Because either way it sounds, you sound like a liar. Like you've been smoking crack and and your mind is going off its nut. You know, it's funny. Get some more people in here. I want to see some more people coming here because we're gonna have some fun with Lou, and we're gonna keep on Tammy, and then we're gonna get around to Amy. I can't take any calls right now, guys, because I'm on live stream. I will I will post a invite to the StreamYard because I'll be honest with you, I ain't got nothing to hide. Ain't none of these people that he talks to or listens to him can prove anything what they're saying. And it's sad because you'll lie knowing you can't back it up, and you expect me to prove myself innocent? I don't think so. But let's go on with this. This is real funny.
But I'm a pedophile because of something I said. Wow. And yet,
Also, I'll never forget the video. Please forgive me if this is upsetting to you, Amy, or whatever. I'll never forget the video because I saw it. Because she came live on Hawk.wynd.
Now notice it. He says he saw it. Saw what? If there's no video, I mean, produce the evidence you saw something. Quit bullshitting around. Quit lying about it. Either you have evidence that you say you have or you don't. Again, either you're a liar or you're not. At this point, I'm leaning toward liar. Because none of these videos have ever come to light. None of these photos have been produced. It sounds like lie to me. Let's see. Yeah, let's bring him up. That sounds like a cool thing. What's going on, Ghost? Tell us all about it.
Oh, nothing much, but this ghost has got a lot of talking to do.
You're in the right area.
All I got to say is I hope there's no virgin ears in here because it's about to get nasty. It's about to get nasty. Okay, I've got a few things to say. To the sorry piece of shit that lives in Riverside, California. Okay, plain and simple. You're nothing but a piece of shit. You can't get a hard on. That's the reason your wife can't have kids, because you can't keep it up long enough to do any good, for one. Number two, it's so short, if you bent over, it would come out your ass. Number three, evidently your little swimmers are not strong enough to produce a young'un. Number four, you're not a father. You're not a parent. You're nothing. You're beneath me.
Oh, he's something, all right.
Let me put it to you.
Well, wait a minute.
Let me put it to you like this.
He is something. He's a very extremely deranged and perverted individual to beg a mentally unbalanced individual for fucking nudes and to sex chat.
You're a sorry piece of shit. I don't give a shit if his daughter is 25 years old. You're 52 or 54 years old now, Lou? Plain and simple. And you're hitting on a 25-year-old? Look, let me tell you something. It don't matter whether you get a hold of somebody younger. It don't matter whether you get somebody younger or not. It's still not going to work, you dickhead.
Remember,
let me tell you this one.
He's
exactly.
Also married.
And wait a minute. Didn't he say he was happily married?
Yeah.
Okay. If he was happily married, he wouldn't be sitting over hitting on a 25-year-old. All right. It don't matter if you sit there and look at a younger body or not, dude. It's still not going to work. You're just jealous. You're jealous that you don't have kids and you can't have kids. Why? Because your wife don't want to have kids by you. Why? Because you sit on YouTube talking to other women. Number three, you don't pay her no attention, and that's why she cheated on you.
Hell,
you're a sorry piece of shit. I hope the hell you pulled your fucking bottom lip over your fucking head and swallowed, you dirty bastard. Okay, plain and simple. I don't give a fuck. You want me? Come and get me, you bitch. I'm not scared of you, bitch. I'll knock your fucking head off your goddamn shoulders. You're a sorry piece of shit. The reason shit has happened with us is because of you. You. But let me tell you something. I'm still not scared of you. But I promise you one thing. If you want to take a drive and you can find me, come to my yard where there will be no holds barred, no weapons. But I promise you one thing. You'll go back home crying like the little bitch you are because I'll beat your fucking ass. You fucking gay ass motherfucker, Tammy Lin. You, Tammy Lin, you fucking gay me toe motherfucking ass. Or you fucking swammy looking fucking dick sucker. I don't give a fuck, either one of you. It don't fucking matter to me. Swammy, I've said nothing to you, but you want to take up for a little
Well,
low-life
see,
bastard like you are? You're lowering yourself. You're nothing but a cocksucker anyway.
we're not going to
Either
let.
one of y'all got a goddamn thing to say to me, fucking say it. Open your goddamn mouth, because nothing you can say would change my mind about either one of you. All
Don't
of
you have
you
to
are
have a,
pieces of shit.
don't you have to have a measure of manhood to do that?
I don't think a measuring tape goes in reverse, does it?
God damn it, you got me there. Okay,
Well,
from now on, the new rules. They're no longer Salty Rant, and they're no longer Tammy Lin. It's Beta Cut Caswell and Shit Stain Stefano.
are you sure? I think I can come
Yeah,
up with something better.
I'm just trying to be nice. I'm still trying to be nice after all this crap.
Well, I could always say no dick Riverside and let's see um
No, you don't want to do that. Don't ever mention where they live. You can stick with their last names because you
you
don't want
mean
them to shit.
the salty cunt?
I think there's a Salty Cunt channel,
Oh shit.
and it's not Lou. I think it's a black
Um
rapper.
well, okay, how about calling him Pecker Lips?
That'll work too.
Okay, Pecker Lips.
Well, that goes for either one of them. Is it one and
Well,
two or
yeah.
just one?
Well, both of them are toothless, so I mean, you know, they both could be looking for a smooth ride. Wait a minute, did I say that? God damn it.
Or you heard him say on the live streams that they prefer stinky assholes to pussy.
Wait a minute, is that a little brown spot right there on top of the stinky cunt's lip? Is that little brown spot? He
That's
forgot to
herpes.
wipe it, didn't he?
That's herpes.
Oh, that's herpes? Okay. But look, it's like this. You know, I think you're a piece of shit for the simple reason of you've got to bring kids into it. You've got to bring kids into it trying to get up under someone else's skin to get you a hard on. Okay. Is that what you do? Wait a minute. When you're trying to get in your wife's pants, is that what you got to do? You got to call somebody else up and talk shit about them or go online just to get a hard on? Really? I
You're
heard that
assuming
the
that
little blue
works.
tip. Wait a minute. Yeah, that wouldn't help neither.
You're still assuming that it works.
Mm-mm. I'm not assuming shit. I know. Listen, it's like I said about the ruler. They don't make reversible rulers where it goes into negative. Okay. Otherwise, you know, you can't measure it like that. It still comes out the backside. So I just wonder if he would turn around and look behind him. He may see what he appears to be a hemorrhoid hanging out that thing he calls an ass. You know, he wants to talk about everybody else and things. So let me get started here. You know, he is the one that looks like he had, what's that word I'm looking for? He is the one that looks like he has Down syndrome. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I realize it's not his fault. I mean, it's not his parents' fault. But you know, if that's what Down
Are
syndrome
you
looked
sure?
like, that would be fucking ugh. Maybe that's why his wife don't have sex with him, and mine will. Maybe that's why he like trying to hit on my wife, thinking that he could get somewhere with her. Hmm. Oh, how did that work out for you, Lou? How did that work out for you? You know, you talk a lot of shit about a lot of people, and all you do is like to run your mouth. You know something? The thing about it is, I can't wait. I really, honest and truly, I cannot wait. You're going to run your mouth one day about somebody, and you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? They're going to live around the corner from you, and they're going to catch you in a grocery store or a convenience store or whatever. You're going to be bent over pumping gas in that little moped you got, and somebody's going to walk up and recognize you and stomp your ass. The only thing I got to say is I want to be a fly on that person's shoulder and watch. Because when you get your ass stomped for talking about somebody else's kids, yeah, I want to see that. And it's going to happen. But you keep running your mouth, well, let's just say it might happen a little sooner than later. Because you will say the wrong thing at the wrong time one day. You remember that. But you keep running it, you're only going to dig yourself your own grave. Wait a minute. I wonder if his wife would even remember to put a headstone on it.
Well, let's see what else I got to say in this video real quick. Let's make some.
Yeah,
Let's see what else I got.
let's see what the
channel.
faggots
And
got to say.
I went over, just like we always did, listen.
And before we get too into it, I want you to notice Mr. Fullerton here. Nutless Fullerton right here.
Yeah, I saw
Making
him notice that a little
comments.
while ago.
Now, I don't know who this dickless wonder is, but he seems to think he knows everything too. When you're going off of one idiot's comments and then another idiot's comments, and you think that's all there is to it, that's sad.
Yeah, but you
I
know what's
don't
funny?
go for it.
You know what's funny? You know, you see how they all stay in that little pack right there, and they're always taking up for one another. Is that because they got something secretly going on that they don't want nobody else to know that they got going on? Really?
Well, Lou did say he wanted to be a cowboy.
So he likes riding it. Ah, that explains it.
Remember, he said he's gonna quit his job. He's gonna move a little bit further east to the country, and he's gonna take a job as a ranch hand. One, I don't think he can manage it.
The only
I used to
the only
run a
hand
farm.
the only hand that would come into play is the hand that he lifts the fork or a spoon to eat off of. That's the only hand he would be doing. He don't know what hard labor is. He has no clue. And if Swammy did invite him out, guess what? Lou wouldn't work a day of his life out there. He has no clue of what work really is. The only thing that he knows how to do is sit on his fat ass in a car, ride around, yik yak and talk on that phone, go into live streams, and eat up his boss's money where he's supposed to be out there paying attention to what his boss hired him to do, which is watch over the properties that was supposed to he was supposed to be hired for.
This dude can barely watch dead bodies. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, this dude could barely watch dead bodies.
Let me say something about that one. He could even watch his dick. I mean, if
Can you
it got
find it?
hard, he'd be sitting there spending the most time trying to look for it because it would be hard and then soft before he could ever find it. Wait a minute.
I
I said
agree.
that out loud again, didn't I?
I'm surprised he could find it in the first place.
Hawk, you got to do something now. I mean, you got to remind me not to make them comments.
Hell no, I believe in free speech. Let's continue the video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do that.
To see what type of bullshit he was spouting, and it was her nude.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10, the people doing the accusing are the ones doing it. And you point.
Now, for all his stupidity and his ignorance, nude guru is right. For the people who are spouting it the most, they're the ones that probably are doing it the most. I didn't raise any of these charges to anybody. No, they are. They keep raising them. They keep repeating them. It makes you wonder, what's Tammy doing when no one's around him? What's Lou doing to any of those kids in his neighborhood? Let's continue.
Finger forward, there's 3 pointing back at yourself.
Exactly. That's what they do in Discord. Look, Hawk.wynd is a piece of shit, in my opinion. For all the fucking lies.
Again, I think we've established Lou's opinion don't amount to a whole lot. I think we've established that because the dude's not a dad. He thinks he has parent advice. The dude couldn't even get up to even have kids. He hates
Let me
kids.
tell you.
He said that several times. Who has ever heard him say, "I love kids"? I haven't. I've heard him
Let's say
he
this.
despises them.
If anyone that has kids ever listened to Lou tell anything at all about how to raise a kid, they just became dumber than him. He knows nothing. He knows nothing.
You'd hope that no one listens to him.
We hope and pray that no one listens to him. I mean, this is just fucking crazy, dude.
Oh,
this
yeah.
dude sits around and all he does is run off at the mouth on YouTube, trying to start and piss people off, talking shit about their families, and evidently he must be mad with himself, really, because he can't have a family. He don't have a family and will never have a family because no one else will ever want him.
I can tell you one thing right now that makes me better than Lou. Besides being a parent, I don't live in my mother-in-law's house because I'm not man enough to provide one of my own.
Wait a minute. He said that he had some bankruptcies or something, I think.
It doesn't mean that you can't get an apartment for your family.
Right.
You may not be able to buy a house right off, but you can still get an apartment. If he was a man, he would sit there and get him and his wife their own place where they didn't live off of her mama.
Well, I feel sorry for that old woman. I really do. I really, really do. You know, it makes you wonder of what he is really doing to his, quote, mother-in-law. And if he really is taking the advantage of her the way that it really looks like.
I want to say something.
She probably provides money and everything, but let's continue.
No, bankruptcies?
He put up lies about me on Google in 2018 and tried to get a fucking Google group to come after me because of the whole pedophile bullshit. And that fucking shit's still up on fucking Google. You look up my name, Lou Stefano, that shit pops up right underneath it.
Now, I would like to say, I've never tried this. I'll be honest with you. I don't know any Facebook groups on I don't know any Facebook groups or groups on Google. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Let me take a look here, because I doubt. Let's see. It said, Lou Stefano. I got profiles on Facebook. RacistYoutubers.com. Supporters of Lou Stefano are racist and a child molester. I have no idea what that's about. Got quite a few, one or two pictures of Lou here. I see Lou Stefano caught by an obvious troll. I don't see any Facebook groups that are after you, Lou. Wait a minute. There's one thing. There's one here that says gethuman.com that says harassments and threats from YouTube user Lou Stefano. Well, I don't know who
Oh,
these people
really?
are, Lou, but oh yeah, but it seems to me that Lou Stefano's made his own bed to lie in. Let's continue the video though, because this is funny.
Well, I'm not really worried about it because I didn't do the things he says I did, but he's going to try and fucking make me look like shit in the public eye.
Okay, let's correct that one real quick.
Yeah, let's correct that one. That one needs to be corrected. Nobody's trying to do nothing. Okay? You do that well enough on your own.
Yeah, no one helps you with that, Lou. I haven't seen anybody that helps you look like an asshole more than you.
You need no help with that. Yeah, you're number one on that. Okay? You're number one.
Let's continue.
Nobody could even improve the way that you do it.
He's going to jump on the bandwagon with all these fucking trolls saying, oh, well, I'm going to get your security license removed. Oh, fucker, that's a bad idea, and I'll tell you why. You don't want me not to have a job. If I don't have a fucking job and I find out you're the cause of taking said job, you're fucked. You can take it as a threat or any other way you want. You are fucked. Because now my every waking night.
That sounds like a threat to me. That sounds like a threat to me. So if he loses his job, it has to be my fault. And so he's going to come after me.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a threat, Lou.
Wait a minute. Isn't there a certain thing that's called proof that he has to prove that you caused his job? I think he's doing that well enough on his own.
We're talking about a guy that went after Peanuts because he thinks Peanut struck him because he threatened to dox her grandkid and put him on pedal.
So in other words, it's a guess.
Yeah, hey, if she did it, I would wholeheartedly support it. I'll tell you now, I would support her if she did it. But she's already said several times, I didn't do it. But you're still the one who made the threat against my grandson. Yeah, I would support her if she decided to strike him. I would strike him. There's no two ways about it. But he says that he made that threat to her.
Hey, Lou, I'll tell you what I'll do. I don't know if you want me to say this or not.
If it's violent
but however, no. It's a lot better than that.
Because watch what you say. You don't want him to come after you. God knows Lou will get you. He's gonna get us all.
Oh yeah, I'm freaking scared. But let me say this, Lou. Here's your thing. I have $5,000 that I'll hand you if you yourself would pull up in my driveway.
You really want
I will give you $5,000.
You want that trash in your yard?
Oh yes, I do. Oh yes, I do. I have a trash can.
I don't know. You think he can fit in it?
Well, yeah.
You have to really squash it down.
Here's the thing. I will give you $5,000 in cash if you will yourself pull up in my driveway. And I'm sure that you can use it because of, your job, they don't pay you a good enough to do the Lou. You need a little bit more money, don't you? So if you will show up in my driveway, I will hand you $5,000. And I know good and well that you can either A, afford a plane ticket, B, afford the gas, and show up. Don't
Well,
be
wait a minute.
chicken, Lou.
Now wait a minute.
Just come on.
You're
Come on,
assuming that
I have something.
you're assuming that his his mother-in-law will let him take her car.
Well, I'm sorry and everything. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he may not be able to do that because he might need a diaper change in between.
Well, he's not
So
emo.
he's got to have somebody to have his diaper changed.
He's not emo.
Well, I mean, he still needs diapers. It's either that or he's got to have a titty to hang from. Let's see. Wait a minute. It might not be a diaper though that he needs changed. I forgot. He may need his tampon changed.
Now, if there's anybody else in this live that wants to either defend or say anything about Lou, you're more than welcome. I posted the link. Unlike Lou and Tammy, I don't have to block people because I've got the facts on my side.
Everybody's welcome. Come on up. Come on up. If you got something to say, come on.
Because otherwise, if you're a Lou supporter or a Tammy supporter, all you're doing is you're just sitting there feeding into the bullshit. Because I've got facts, I've got evidence, I've got paperwork on my side to prove everything I say. I do. Unlike someone who can throw out an accusation who can't provide evidence of what they're saying, I can.
Come on up. Y'all, come on. I'll be waiting on you. Come on. If you ain't chicken, come on.
Let's continue.
Is going to consist of thinking about you and how I'm going to get even with you.
Correct.
I'm sorry, but when people tell me that, that's my standard reply, and I'm like, you really want my undivided attention? Look at what happened with Stormhorn when he fucking ramped up all his bullshit. He had to kill off his character and try to blame me for it. And yet, now he's back and he's in Mary Jane Rottencrotch's lap. He's a little lap dog, a little bitch. And now all of a sudden I'm the bad guy because why? I made a guy kill himself off of YouTube? Please.
Now here's your point. He's sitting there talking about you.
I know.
Would you care to respond?
Oh, yes, I'd love to. You talking about Mary Jane Rottencrotch. So somebody that evidently you don't like, that that's got something on you, and you just continue to push that button. You are so asking for it. For number one, I'm not in anybody's lap, for one, but my wife. Number two, you're talking shit that you don't even know nothing about. You sit there, you lie to Paul, Juanito, Swammy, Tammy, and all that. You make out like you're their friend until you catch them in something that you can take and run with. And when is all these people going to end up understanding what you're doing and catch you in the act? Because you act like you're their friend, and then when they don't do what you want done, you turn on them. You're nothing but a piece of shit.
And let's continue.
I'm a lot of things, ladies and gentlemen, but if you choose to, I don't think anyone here would believe it, but if you choose to believe all the negative shit about me, let me know.
If you fall for this shit, you deserve it. You deserve to, if you believe it, you deserve to believe it.
I'm an asshole. I tell you that I'm an asshole. I'm actually
That's the first word of truth I've heard in this whole thing. Let's continue.
I know, right?
Trying to be an asshole. I take pride in it.
Everybody's a fucking asshole.
I really take pride in it because you know what? At the end of the day, I'm okay with my decisions. I can look myself in the mirror. I can go to sleep soundly in my bed. For a fuck.
But by the way, I also want to reassure Amy one thing. Your dad will never be in this channel. I already blocked his Hawk.wynd account and anybody else that sees anything close to that name. And I miss it or I don't have a chance to get it or whatever. Please hit that name because Hawk.wynd's not welcome here.
Now here's the fun part. I don't go into your. I'm already blocked in your chat. I'm blocked in your live stream, so I know I can't talk to say or to even defend myself because you have to control the fact that you're lying. You cannot allow me to be in there to defend myself because you know you're lying. You know you're stupid.
Amen.
You
Amen.
can't prove what you're saying, but you don't want me to disprove it. That's funny to me. He's sitting there trying to make Amy feel better that I'm not allowed to be in that stream. I don't care. What are you going to do if I decide to do a live stream about what you're doing right now? Ooh, nothing because you can't. You mealy mouthed dick sucker. Let's go on.
Amy Wright is welcome here. Okay.
Kelly Ward is right now.
And Callie's always welcome here too. Yes, both are welcome here. Okay, both of them. Because, and I don't want them to.
Let's talk about Callie for a second. And I think this is the old lady that reached out to me and was trying to help me, try and make peace somehow between me and Amy. Well, that was a lie. So she's no higher up on the list than Amy Pache is at this point. Both of them lie. Simply because I won't put up with their shit and I decided it's not worth it. I'm such a terrible fucking individual. You know what's really funny is she's the one sitting there saying she's the one pushing the narrative that I'm the one who's using a sock account under Amy's name. I don't use sock accounts. Let me make that clear. I never have. I never will. I'll go in with this name, this icon. I don't have to go anywhere else. I don't have to go underneath another name because it's not worth it. I don't have time for that petty ass bullshit.
That's just like they got me blocked. But they won't let me come in there and speak my piece neither. Why?
That's because,
same reason with you.
It's because they're afraid that you'll prove them to be liars. That's what it is. They're afraid of being proven liars. They don't want to look like fools. Well, it's too late. You already are fools. You look like fools from the first day you started this shit. Let's continue.
Feel uncomfortable because of a piece of scum shit being in here as well. And I won't have that.
Nope.
It went by Amy Wright, but it didn't have the proper icon, Amy.
Yep. It was probably Hawk.wynd trying to gain a wrench.
Yep.
Now, check out this amazing leap of logic. They're accusing me of trying to get a wrench in Tammy's room. Like I really give a flying fuck about being a wrench anywhere. I never have.
Wait a
The only
minute.
wrench I have is in a game stream because I help my friend produce. I help my friend. I help one of my friends with his gaming stream, and I sit there mod in his chat, and I help spread the word about his channel to hopefully get him up and get him some more viewers. But that's the only wrench I have.
So,
That's the only moderation
Wait a
I
minute.
have.
So we got buddy. Tammy
Oh,
and
yeah.
Lou. Everybody knows that they're like two peas in a pod. Okay. Lou will run out of shit to say. He will start talking about Tammy. Tammy get mad at him for a little while, then runs back over to lick his butt. So as long as they can keep it between them two, they're fine. Here's the deal. Tammy, you say, oh, you're trying to get a wrench in his room, but you're really not. But he uses that as his leverage, telling them, oh, yeah, Hawk came over trying to get a wrench in my room. Yeah. And Tammy was standing out on the street corner trying to get somebody some head.
Oh God, I just lost my.
Well, you know,
Wait
I heard he paid Beaver for. I heard Beaver paid for a little bit of it.
Well, that's neither here nor there.
Can't verify that. I don't know if that's true or not. That's what Tammy said. Tammy said that Beaver paid him $20 to get oral sex.
Wait a
That's
minute,
what
and
Tammy
you
said.
got the proof of that?
Yeah, it's in the video. I copied it.
Oh, sweet.
See, I'm not making any accusations I can't prove.
Wait a minute.
He said it.
We know Tammy is on the buy side. We understand that, okay? But anytime that he wants to go to the guy, is that him trying to say that he's got a clog in his throat and he needs it punched out?
Hey, he said it. Let's continue.
Just saying.
And he would have probably started trying to beat people that didn't have a wrench in your fucking cat and so on and so forth.
Well, my wasting use of chain was very minimal, but now it's extreme. But when you guys fuck with me on my own channel, what do you expect me to do?
Yeah. They're both very welcome here. Always will be, always have the right to be up on my panel, always have the right to be in my chat.
This is
I will not let them be harassed or messed with in any way here.
Hey, Tammy. I guess I'm harassing them because I'm giving my honest opinion. They're both liars. Amy's got anger issues. She's mentally unbalanced. I don't know anything about this Callie individual, but she sounds just about as unbalanced as Amy Pache. Damn, that sucks to be them. What you gonna do, Tammy? Hunt me down? You gonna do the Rick Crew thing? Try to come knock me out of my wheelchair too? I would love to see you try.
Yeah, this is the best of both worlds. I got my food from Del Taco. Of course, if it hits me later, I'm fucked. I got no bathroom key, but I do have roller paper towels. I got roller gloves, and I'm sure I can use my bucket. I'm sure I'm going to want my bucket after I'm done. I probably won't want the bucket after I'm done.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, for years when I worked in the cemetery, I worked in the cemetery where Randy Rose from Ozzy Osbourne was interned, right?
Okay, just to emphasize how stupid this dude is. Ozzy Osbourne is not dead. If he were to die, he lives in London. He would be buried in England. They're not going to ship his body overseas just to bury him in an American cemetery because he's a rock star. Sorry, Lou.
Just one time I had
Charles, Amy.
We're dead.
Oh, that
Sorry about
bitch.
Hey, Hawk, can you give me a minute?
Believe me, he's ruined his own life. The only thing he's got, and he's barely got that, and that's hanging by a thread, is the fucking Discord baggage mix. He is like the lowest man on their totem pole.
Now, here's the fun part. He's attacking everybody in Discord. Why? because Lou got chased out of Discord for being an asshole and a racist and a pervert. He got chased out of several Discords I know about personally.
But let me say something right quick. This
See,
is in reference to your daughter. I'm going to say this. Aimee, I've known your dad long enough to know a little bit about him, okay? And if you really want to go over and listen to all them and what they have to say, you're setting yourself up, is what you are. You're setting yourself up for a heartache. And as soon as all them get enough information on you, they will start trashing you like they do everyone else. They will start trashing you like they do when they like to talk about people's kids. Lord knows, Lou and Tammy both have talked about people's kids all over the internet, including families. But when someone else does it back to him to show him how it really feels, they don't like it. My advice to you would be, Aimee, you need to leave them alone. You need to do your research, and you need to find out the truth about them and watch, and you will learn. If you don't, you're going to get hurt listening to their bullcrap.
She's too up in her feelers. She doesn't want to listen to reason or anything else.
Well, she will learn.
Oh yeah, like she tried when she sitting there told them I was sexually molested her, and she kept going on about it. And then I finally got her to admit to the fact that she lied to it in our Yahoo Messenger. Which yes, I have a copy of that too, Aimee. Where you said that some boy named Chad did it. I don't know who Chad is, but it's not my fault that the rights didn't protect you from Chad. It's not my fault.
And Aimee, I'm gonna say this. One day you're gonna wake up and realize, and it might be too late for you to do so. But if you don't, get a hold of your dad one day and talk to him and put some of this stuff behind you and find out the truth and let him show you the truth, you're going to regret it in the long run. Okay? I'm telling you because I care, and that you need to sit down and you need to talk to your dad one day. And then after that, maybe y'all can realize and work things out to where you could meet and sit down face to face and talk about things further. Like I told you, if you don't, one day you're going to regret it. And one day you're going to wish you knew something, and it'll be too late and you won't be able to find it out. You might better think about that, sweetie. You're 25 years old. You're old enough to understand. And you need to think about it the heart. And I'm just saying, not because I know your dad, but I'm saying in the long run, it will eat you up.
Well, she'll always have her dad. I always love my baby, always will. Even when she was cussing me out and saying she wanted me dead, I still said, I love you, Aimee. Why? Because she's my daughter. She's my firstborn. I love her. She's a spitting image of me. That poor child, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I can't get her married.
I know it.
But I love my baby. I always have, always will. I love both my girls. You know, so that's what gets me is the fact that she's angry about something. I have no idea what. She has never really talked to me about it. And up until 2 years ago, she was happy. She was saying, "I love you, Daddy." She's saying she was always talking to me on Messenger. I'd call her on the phone and talk to her for a little bit. That she was allowed to talk to me because the house she's living in is a bunch of foster kids, and they all have agreements to talk to their various parents. So the time she had a time limit on the phone, but we always had fun. Always talk. I went up
Well,
there twice.
Amy,
Yeah, I went up there twice to see her. The first time I went up there to see
Amy,
her, she jumped on me, saying that she missed me. I couldn't. She was yelling at me like a tick. I
well,
mean,
Amy, you need to talk to your dad. You need to know his side, and you need to know your mom's side. I'm not saying just one, but honey, in most ways that it's not one's fault, it's not the other's fault, it's both. But if you don't, like I said, one day you will regret it. You will regret it. You will want to know an answer to a question, and you won't be able to get it. You only have one side, you need the other. And if your dad says that he has to prove to some of the things that he's talking about, you need to ask about it. You need to quit listening to all these other people trying to drag you down, and that's all they're doing is dragging you down for their entertainment.
that's basically what it is. He wants to see if he can push my. He wants to see if he can push my button. The problem is, you can't. I can't. You can't push my button because the girl's 25. I'm not. I'm not one of those parents that sit there and pretend like I can control her life. You can't do that. She's 25 years old. She's out living she lives in a halfway house, folks, where she can't even have plastic knives. Those are her words. Yes, I've got that recorded too. Because she was on Lou's stream. She admitted it. After they were sitting there saying how I was such a terrible parent, saying how my kid was mentally unstable. And she came on and she admitted to it. That stopped real fast because the truth came out.
Well,
Now,
I'm
am I
gonna say
proud of that?
this, and I'm gonna back out of here. Um, More or less, it's like this. Lou, you've talked about me and my wife and my children. You've talked about plenty of other people for your entertainment. There's a lot of people that's seeing what you're doing and understands a little bit more now. So far, I've had probably about 15 people that's came to me and wanted to talk to me about you. That actually sees the side of you now that they didn't see before.
I mean, threatening kids.
Yeah, and threatening. But there's about 15 or so that's already came to me. I'm sure there's plenty more. And if anyone that is listening to this decides you want to talk to me, feel free to say something to me if you see me somewhere. I'll make sure you get a way to contact me. But Lou, as far as it goes, I'm not scared of you. You've caused enough issues and enough problems. And if you want to start again, I'm going to clean your clock. Okay? I will make sure that you're well greased. I will make sure that you're very lubricated. For the prison cell that you will go to, we will make sure that you have plenty of lubrication. We will make sure that you're able to bend over and take it like a man. Because we already know that, you like it from behind. If you didn't, you wouldn't hang around with some of the ones that you hang around with. But my offer still stands now. If you need a little extra cash, show up in my driveway. The ass whooping that you will receive when you get there, I promise you, you will go back home and you will cry like the little baby back bitch that you are, all the way back to your mother-in-law. And you will tell her, I got my ass whooped. I've learned my lesson.
That's asking a
So
lot.
please, come on down. You will be the next contestant on The Price is Right, and it will be the worst ass whooping you have ever received. And yes, you will cry like a little baby. So I'm waiting. Do whatever you want to do. But you're about to get taught multiple lessons to shut your mouth, know your role. Are you going to get your ass handed to you? No, I'm going to make this very clear. That is not a threat. That is a promise that someone is going to make to you one day for running your mouth about them or their families. Because you know that you've said it multiple times. Remember, Lou, I know a lot about you, and I have a lot of information on you. So if you push my buttons now, I'm going to put you in prison. I'm going to make you the little baby back bitch that you are. And if you think I'm kidding, anywhere remotely, please try me.
Okay, let's pay attention to the chat here for a little bit. Now,
I'm not able to see the chat, so I don't know.
well, you have her in the chat. She now has a wrench. Let's go back a little ways, because I want to catch all of this. Okay.
Oh, by the way, I can't get in your chat. You need to check on that.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't be blocked. I don't have anybody banned or blocked in my chat.
I can't get in your chat.
That sounds like a YouTube issue. Because I don't ban or block anybody. I don't have to. If you have an opinion, you want to say something, or you want to say something to me outright, I'll bring you up here. I don't care. But just be.
Well,
just
I got
be
something to say about you.
Oh gosh, here we go. Shoot.
You remind me of Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd in a butt fucking contest.
You asshole.
Okay, fine. I'll be nice.
Don't make me have to call Lou out there.
Would you please?
Okay, so let's look at the chat.
Give me some excitement, damn it!
So what we got is also the chat here.
I just yelled at you.
Yeah, no, I heard you.
Please do it. If you don't,
say now.
Man.
Now you got Paul Polson chiming in because he's an idiot. Said, Amy, Paul Polson says, Amy, I don't recall anything about being said. Salty would not give a wrench without seeing your face, and that person declined and then left. Okay, well, I don't have any idea when this happened. But let's go on. Amy says, sounds like Charles. He's always doing shit like this. I swear he's trying to ruin my good YouTube reputation and my friendships on here. You're 25. I don't care. I don't rule your life, child. I don't care who you're friends with. You have the mistaken impression that that I'm sitting here that I live my life to ruin you. That's
Amy, you
interesting.
can do what you want. You're old enough to do it. The only thing that your dad is trying to do is tell you, uh, plain and simple, of what he feels is best. You can listen if you want, or you can go the other route. But when something happens and you get your feelings hurt and you find out the truth, then and only then is when your dad's going to look at you and go, I tried to tell you.
Once it gets better, because she says just one thing: is fake Amy going by Amy Wilson right or Amy Wright? And Paul says Amy Wright, and then Amy responds with, "Also, I've been busy with stuff to come up on here. Damn, Charles is ruining my life." And then she makes the mistake of saying, "Hey, who wants to hunt Charles down to make him stop?"
6.
I think that's very interesting because I don't care enough to do this crap. I don't care enough to hunt her down. I don't care enough to keep tabs on her life. She's 25 years old. She's made it clear that she doesn't want to be involved with me. So okay. And see
Right.
now Paul says, does he know where you're working until recently? It might not be a good security question. Well, and then Amy says, well, he must love pretending to be a 16-year-old girl with that old prom pic of mine. Again, I don't use sock accounts. I'm sorry. I
So
don't care enough.
they just automatically assume that it's you trying to come up with a sock account
Oh
to talk shit under your daughter's name.
yeah. Oh yeah. See, Amy says, well, Paul,
Hey,
I don't currently have a job, but if I do get a new one, it'll be in a chain store.
wait a
Well,
minute.
I
Does
wouldn't be
anybody
telling
have any
anybody
proof?
anything like that.
Wait a minute. Does anybody have any proof that it was you trying to make up a sock account up under Amy's name and talking shit, knowing good and well that some of the whatever you want to call them that goes into their streams is not doing trying to blame you.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. But it gets better. He says, well, Paul, she also says that Facebook won't make me take down her pictures. Well, they can't. They're my pictures. They're given to me by her family. I have them on CD.
What?
Everything that's posted that I have has either come from her mother when she was younger, before she lost custody of her, and from her adopted parents. I'm sorry. I'm not taking that down. That was given to me by those people. I don't have to. And then Paul Fulton decides to chime in with something really stupid. He probably knows anyways where you're working, anyways, being that he's stalking you. Stalking her? Again, how am I stalking her? I live in Texas. I don't need to go stalking anybody. She's in New York. The only reason I know that she's in a halfway home is because it was her foster mother's idea, because Amy's outburst and her anger and the way she's acting, when she turned 18, that she needed to go into another facility where she could live on her own and not put other kids at risk. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry you have to go through this. It's just nonsense and unnecessary. Well, Paul, you're correct. All this is unnecessary. No one's putting her through this. She's doing it. And she goes, "Thanks, Paul." And he is stalking me. Then he won't get. If he is stalking me, then he won't get any info. Well, if I was stalking you, I could get anything I want to. I have a background check system. All I have to do is enter your name and everything about you and get a background. If you work in a public sector anywhere, I can locate you. I don't care enough to locate you because you made it clear. You're angry at me for something. You won't tell me why, but you blame me for everything that's gone wrong in your life.
Hey, Hawk,
I find that
you just
amazing.
brought up something. You just brought up something. I know why now he has the job that he has. Okay? Because it really don't take Einstein to know how to supposedly drive a vehicle around, right?
Right?
So
Shot a flashlight.
shine a flashlight. But I don't even think that he really has a pair of handcuffs. And if he did, there's no way in hell he would get to put them on me. He would seriously have his hands full. I mean, seriously. So,
With his bigger wife as he's probably got his hands full whenever she does let him have some.
he there's no way in the world that he could ever get another job of doing anything different than what he does, which is I'm trying not to say this. Let's see. It's called sit on his fat ass. Damn it! I said that out loud again. Fuck. Yeah, I said fat ass. Because that's all you have is a fat ass. Not to mention that you need a bra. And from what you stated yourself, wait a minute, here comes the kicker. From what he stated himself, is that it might be 2 inches, but maybe he needs a pair of women's panties to put on and everything too, because there's nothing there that's going to hold.
That's true. He's a nutless wonder.
A nutless wonder.
But let's see here. What else did Amy say?
A nutless wonder.
He calls me his baby girl. Well, yeah, I do. You're still my daughter. I don't care if I have rights to you or not. I still consider you're still my daughter. I love you. You're my firstborn. You'll always be my firstborn. From the day I carried you down to the nursery, to the day I carried you down to the nursery, to the last day I got to see you in person, you'll always be my baby girl. I love you with all my heart. That's why I sent you. That's why I sent you all the stuff from when your great grandmother died. Everything she saved for you and Catherine Elizabeth. I sent you your share of what belonged to you at great expense. Why? Because it's your heritage.
Can we do something here for a minute? Can you please read Wiley's comment in chat, please?
I gotta check it out full screen. Hold on. Okay.
Can you please read that comment? Please. You can kind of like post it if you want to.
Lou is one of those types that as a security guard is all kitted out like he's going to Iraq with Tammy. That's funny.
Okay, so Wally, why don't you come up on panel, dude? Come on up here. Come on. Give him the link there. Let him come on up. Yeah, we need him up on panel. Come on up here, big boy.
Oh, I like Wally. He's cool. Okay, but let's see. What else did Amy say? I'm going back to full screen so I could see this.
Okay.
So I'm looking at the comments here. Paul likes to sit there and say, well, good thing Salty was on to him from the start. People here have your back. Right. That means a lot coming from a YouTube people that are faceless and nameless and you can't see. And then she actually went to sit there and say, thanks so much, Paul, and everyone. Like I'm doing something illegal or I'm doing something wrong. I mean, I think that's hilarious, to be honest with you. That's the true definition of being stalked. Constant shadowing, causing fear for one's safety. How can I sit there and shadow her? Again, I'm in Texas. She's in New York. I don't know where she's at. I know she's in New York State, but that's it. I have no idea where she's at. I don't know where she lives. I don't have her phone number. I don't sit there and try to talk to her in Facebook because it wouldn't do any good. She just cussed me out. Well, and she says
Check your basement.
Said something about don't steal. No one steals your pics, and he doesn't pretend that he was there. Well, I was there as much as I could be because, again, I live half a country away. How am I going to get there? It's amazing to me how it's my fault. And there's no one in my basement. But this is
I
what
think Wally disappeared.
This is the bullshit I deal with on a regular basis. But let's go back to a minute 29. 1 hour, 29 minutes, and something odd seconds. I will just start at hour 29.
You don't know.
I agree. And especially
Somebody is heard, but my real father don't do this.
Sorry, he gave up his rights to her.
Mm-hmm.
If she don't want to give them back that right, that's her choice and her prerogative.
That is true, because she's of age.
Yep. So,
No one
I got her back on that wholeheartedly.
See, now they're trying to come up with more stuff to try to shove on me.
I think he's a disgusting individual.
That's the best he's got right there. I'm a disgusting individual, yet I'm not the one
Very
asking for news
disgusting.
from a mentally unstable young lady. I'm not the one wanting a sex chatter. And if y'all want
Yeah,
to do
there you
that,
go,
we can
Amy.
produce that too.
That's gross. That's disgusting to me, Amy. It really is. Yeah.
Now, this is funny. It's disgusting. I'm a disgusting individual, yet I'm the one who's been accused of stuff, and I'm not allowed to even say anything. See, all this evidence, all this non-existent evidence, is supposedly supposed to convict me of something, and yet no one produces any of it. So, I mean, it's funny to me because I'm a disgusting individual, yet I don't brag about being paid for sex. I don't do meth. I don't ask people for nudes on the internet, especially young ladies who are disabled. I don't sit there and pull this shit. I'm sorry, excuse me. I don't pretend to be a parent when I'm not. And I don't claim to have a child I've never seen because I can't prove that either. Let's continue.
Steals your pictures.
Pictures that were given to me by her family and her mother and all that good shit. And I supposedly stole those too. One of these days, you let me know. I might produce some of those pictures. They're all on my Facebook at this point, but they're all hidden because I realized Lou was bypassing security.
And then you know what? When he was talking to you on Facebook, Rick and I found
Hey, Joe, what's up? I hope you're good tonight, Joe.
God damn, Wally.
Put
Oh
some
my
on my
God.
property.
Yeah, I found out Lou has been going through
Oh, and they
on his
say on
account.
screen you can't hear me, Joe? Well, I'm talking. Yeah, Cali stock, salty stock, Indian stock. You really sort of got quiet now. Besides that, usually good.
Freaking button.
Well, he said yesterday smoking meth. No,
Oh man, I'm freaking.
yes.
He is killing me, y'all. I want someone cut it off for me. They want. Can't feel no roots in anything right now. I can tell you that.
The meth head.
Oh, that
I'm all
ain't
that's
been
out of the
targets. MJRC challenge up there.
See, all these people are
You
interested
know
in
that guy.
keeping me silent so that I can't defend against what they're accusing. They're interested in keeping me silent because I can prove they're liars. Every last one of them.
Yeah. That is not on my property. Thank God.
How's that, Wally? Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
kind of rusty
God,
here.
I just got given a plate full of hot roast. Ooh, this is fucking good. Oh my God.
You gotta pay the progress. What the fuck?
Yeah.
That's about the end of it right there.
Friend of
That's
mine
about the
gave it
end
to
of the
me.
stupidity.
Huh?
Let's see if I can get a good picture of that.
Okay, so take that down for now. See, what's really funny is supposedly I've been doing all this evil stuff. And it's really hilarious when you think about it. Now, His Majesty doesn't realize I have the videos of him of what he says to me, what he said to Teresa. He doesn't. I guess they don't realize I have the video of what they were saying in the live stream, trying to get Amy Pache's phone number so they could sext her, which they actually said, "All I want to do is sext you." Yeah,
Wait a minute.
you know what I said?
Why don't you do this? Since he wants to say that, he's not doing things like that, why don't you play just that part?
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm looking for that because they're all under. I should have named them different, but I didn't. So you have to bear with me while I look for it because it was really funny. Nope, that's not it. I mean, it just makes me laugh. That's with David. So let's a little bit further up. I mean, it makes me laugh when they're sitting there saying, "Hey, we never did that," or "We were joking." That's not the way it sounded to anybody else. That's not the way it sounded to anybody else. Because it was seriously they were talking about what they wanted to do to this kid.
He should be ashamed of what he's doing. He should be really, really, really ashamed. Um, the only thing that I can say is, even if he could get it up and create a baby, I hope that he does one day have one.
I
It's a
don't.
little
God no.
girl. It's a
I
little
don't want to.
girl, and I hope that someone says something to her like that, so that he
You
can
don't want
really
him
come up
polluting
and
the gene
say,
pool.
well, you're probably right, but
You don't want him polluting the gene pool. Jesus Christ, no, don't let him reproduce. I think I found it. I'm trying to pull it up. I'm going through them right now. I should have had it singled out, but I didn't think about it till now. That's my shortcomings, no one else's. But it amazes me. Everybody is so hung up on Lou's nuts, thinking he's some kind of special. I mean, it's funny as hell. I mean, I got so many of their streams recorded. They really just don't have any clue as to how much I record them. They probably have no clue whatsoever. And the reason I do that is because I know we're talking about liars. I know we're talking about freaks of nature. I know we're talking about people who are disgusting, and will throw their personal shortcomings on everybody else. I mean, that's what it will come down to. Is I have to prove them wrong and to keep and make sure that I can catch them in their lies. I have to record what they do. That is goddamn ridiculous. I'll tell you now. That seriously is so ridiculous. I have to do that. I'll tell you what though. Here's one that's just as good as what they've been putting up. And this is funny. This is what's really bad. And here's the liar. Here's our favorite meth head liar posting, giving his opinion about shit, or how he thinks I'm. Or actually, this is the first time I actually heard of this accusation. To be honest with you, it's the first time I've heard of this accusation. Now, until I came on until someone told me about it, and I went into his stream, I had never heard this.
You ain't a dad. You ain't nothing but a piece of shit. And yet you want to call this Skeezy Central.
Look at this disgust. Look at this nasty individual.
I put
He doesn't even have
on
his phone.
Facebook, by the way. Yeah.
Here we go, right here. That's the first time I
I
heard
was. I'm sure he's taking it down now that's been pointed out to him. Like family, he tries to make her look like a slut and a whore and everything else in her high school. Photo, by the way, that was a Photoshop of a underage girl, and I'm surprised. You're lucky she hasn't called anybody on you, because that's an underage girl at that time. So that turns into child pornography. So you know, Hawk.wynd.
He does, doesn't
he? You made child pornography out of your own daughter.
Now, he says I photoshopped her face onto a body, or I posted porn pictures of her from the age of 16. I'm like, how in the world would I do that? I don't have Photoshop, one. And two, the only picture I have from her from high school was when she went to her prom, given to me by her foster mother. But this is what happened to me.
Well, I seen that picture.
So I tried to defend myself right here.
I seen that picture. I wish I would have taken a picture of it, but I think there's about 4 or 5 people that have that picture.
4 or 5 people who can't produce it.
Yep, I'm smoking gambler cigarettes. You're right.
4 or 5 people who cannot produce this picture.
Well, he shouldn't have posted what he posted about his own daughter, who was in high school, underage, and photoshopped a picture of her, and nothing but really anything on, which turns into child pornography.
See, now I'm saying I'm doing child porn.
If it's covered, if it's showing. If it's showing like a 90 or the fucking lacy bra, anything that looks sexual, that's called child pornography nowadays. So you know.
But he said he saw it, but he can't produce it.
So
I want to remind everybody of one thing. I have not been able to be on Facebook because of a Facebook ban. Because I called the guy a communist. And I got
I know about 5 or 6 people who have that picture downloaded into their archives now.
A Facebook ban.
So you can go erase it.
On to delete or add anything to my
I'm sure it will come out. So be careful when you start coming in here and throwing that type of rhetoric around when you already showed what you are to your own family, your own daughter. See, so, this is why I'm sitting here. And people know exactly what you are to your own family and your own daughter. This is where I called him out for his bullshit. Matter of fact, I don't even want you here no more because of what you are. Goodbye, Hawk.wynd. Who's now South Florida just got arrested? Middle Ohio journalist? Shit. What are you getting arrested for news now? Middle Ohio? Why I'd get a hold of it if someone could produce it. Probably got turned in by invalid. The problem is no one can produce this picture I supposedly posted. No one has it. No one's showing it
I mean, you'd think that'd be a key piece of evidence to prove I'm some kind of a scumbag. But no, it doesn't work that way in their minds. And what you see is me throwing flags on his account. Am I afraid to say I did that? Oh, hell no. If you're going to sit there and accuse me of shit like that, don't be afraid. Don't be surprised if I flag your account, if I flag your video. I have no problem flagging people's accounts. Especially if you lie like this. I mean, this is just amazing to me.
He's arrested evidently. His thing is all
God, he does look a
buffing.
lot
I
like
can't
Charles
do
Manson.
anything else.
Is that a swastika on his forehead or is that his hair? I can't tell.
There it is. It's quit buffering as soon as I yeah.
Now, this is when he was sitting there saying I was doing all this, that I'd done all this, saying that it was on Facebook and 4 or 5 people had it, right? That's the funny part. Okay. It was a live stream, I think, 1 or 2 days ago, where Teresa asked him about it, and he says I pulled it down and no one had that picture. Again, you can't have it both ways. Either there's proof or there's not. And if there is proof, you better be able to produce it. And you better allow someone else to analyze it, because to be honest with you, I don't trust anybody out of that group. I want if someone is going to analyze it, I want it analyzed by someone who knows what they're doing. Because if they would take it to the cops would analyze it. They would be torn apart. Let's see. Where is the one he gave it? What's her face? Because this is interesting. Oh, that's when he was talking about his strike. Lou should have made that threat. Oh, that's where he banned me out of his room for false. I tried to ask him about the false flags. How? Here's Lou trying to defend himself again. He needs to defend himself a little bit, because I'll be honest with you, there are people who were very upset with him after the shit he pulled. He's making a lot of nasty threats to people, and no one's particularly happy with him. And he thinks that he can just apologize his way out of this, like no one's going to do anything about it. He keeps apologizing for this.
Someone else's comments talking bad shit about wanting Fulton Wood to come over to my house yet again and hit me with a baseball bat. And yet she wants to stand on her superior high ground. She's talking about my dead friend Leonard. Who did she know?
With his daughters.
Okay, here's where he's talking to Teresa.
Well,
For the screenshot.
Okay, Lou.
Me to answer you or what?
Do you think that we paid $200 like your claim? All of us.
I don't know what that's about. I don't know why I was doing that. Let's go forward.
Yeah. And covering him with honey.
I completely disagree. Who the fuck are you to judge me? You told Colton Wood you want to see him hit me with a baseball bat.
I didn't say I wanted him to hit you with a baseball bat.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I like that question. Who are you to judge me? Well, you're throwing judgments around everybody, Lou. I think if you're going to judge others, prepare for it. It's going to
happen. Send me the screenshot, Lou.
You want Colton Wood to come back to my house. You
no, I don't.
Because that's the side you're standing on with GD. So you know what?
GD is my friend.
I'm sorry about
GD
that.
is my friend. I can't answer for the things that GD does. Why are you asking me to?
Answer for yourself. I got screenshots where you're.
And
you can post them. I got them. And if it's not your account, then you're being framed.
Sorry,
I don't know anything about. You said that I paid Colton to come to your house.
I need to say something here. Sorry, Hawk.wynd, I won't allow anybody on my panel that wants to make pictures of his daughter that was underage and sexual mannerisms, which could be considered child pornography on my channel.
See,
Thank you.
He's made this claim several times now.
Well, that's gross.
Like I can't.
I don't know what that's all about, though. I don't know that.
Oh, he did it on his Facebook page and did a fucking face over with a body of someone that was almost completely naked with his daughter's face on it.
Yikes, that's unfair.
Disgusting son of a bitch. He will never
get Lou is claiming that I paid someone, Colton Wood, $200. I live across the country from Colton Wood.
Turn dick off.
I don't put things in people's PayPals because I don't want to dox myself like a fool. So if you can prove I paid this random man.
And that's why I cut it off there because I got the evidence I need as far as that went. I mean, he just doesn't get it. People watch what he does. People know he's a liar. People can verify he's a liar. He just doesn't get the obvious. This is more of the same stream. But I'm looking for when Teresa was up there. I know Teresa has it because she copies everything down. Not Taryn, but Teresa records everything. But I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. I've got this idiot 7 ways to Sunday for the accusations he makes. Grocery store. That's who that is. I got something going in the background here. Let me drop that off. Okay, but yeah, I mean that's what I'm dealing with. And he doesn't realize that the more he spreads it around to people, the worse it's going to be if I would ever sue him for slander. That's what it comes down to. The only reason I don't, like I said, he ain't got nothing for anybody to take away from him. You can't put people in jail for slander. He was in the basement. I brought him up. Where's he at now? Quit running, Storm. I want to know what you heard. I want this link. Big time. I want to have fun with it. Not detected. What? Try it again, Storm. But see, that's the funny part. He can't produce any evidence that I've done anything, but he keeps making that same accusation. But He's told two stories now. How many stories are there out there for him to tell? I'm kind of curious how big his imagination is now. Have to go to YouTube side to do that. Hold on. Well, but the problem is slander and defamation. Defamation of character or slander and libel is not a criminal offense. It's a civil thing. You're harming someone's reputation. You're not actually committing a crime unless it incites somebody to do violence against the person that you slandered. But he now Lou ain't got nothing either. That's the reason why no one has ever challenged them because there's nothing to get. The court will sit there and see their assets and say, well, "What did you expect to get out of this?" If it was legal, I would sit there and say, "I want them off of YouTube completely." They also cannot be on YouTube and be a creator if they lie like they do and they're spreading these hurtful rumors about people's families. But there's not a court that's going to do that because the court will not ban someone's free speech. Why can't I make people a mod in this room? Okay, let me go to. Let's see, where did I put real comments? That'd be it. Let's see. So let me bring this up and let me mod some people real quick. Create. Go live. Which I think you should be able to do that. So I'm going through it right now. So bear with me, folks. But like everybody else, I want to see all this evidence, which it does not exist. It always has never existed. It's sad that I had to sit there and go through that route. No, it's not made for kids. Of course not. Age restricted. It's sad to age restrict my room to have fun on YouTube, but it is what it is, as the shit stain would say. Let me get this in here. See if we can get this going. Two, one. Smile for a thumbnail? I don't think so. I think you're supposed to be able to do this shit through StreamYards too, but I have not the foggiest idea how. I know you can do it offline, and that's what I will do. Hold on. Send it to me in my text messages. Send it to me on text message. I'll go ahead and just type it in. Haven't haven't had to do this in a long time. I haven't had to type in a hypertext in a very long time. Well, in fact, better yet, yeah, it should be here. Because Lou opens his mouth way too much. That's just the whole problem with Lou. He's never had common sense to know when to shut his mouth. And that's the sad part. In fact, neither has Rick or Tammy. Both of them lack the filter. Sit there and not run their mouth too much. There's my cat's destroying something. That should be it right there. Let me. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and go to that. I'm gonna go ahead and go to that very same thing. Because I want to see what's being said as well. I just don't want them to be upset when I'm sitting there and copying everything they say, and then blowing a gasket and try to pull stupid shit on me like spikes. Because I will start another channel in a heartbeat. Let's see. Oh, they made it private. That's interesting. Videos unavailable. Let's try adding the entire thing to it. Because I'm going to show Mr. Stefano a thing or two about what it's like to be fucked with. But it's showing here that it's been privatized. Let's see if that's true. Nope, it's not true. So let's go Dirty Mike Auditor. Okay, well it's fine. Let's look at Mr. Dirty Mike. I got nothing but time. Dirty Mike Auditor. Let's see. Auditor accountability. Well, there he is. Let's look at Mr. Dirty Mike. Pull his video screens up. Turn this up so I know which video I'm looking at. July 3rd, 2021. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Well, let's find out what let's see what Mr. Dirty Mike has to say. I'm not gonna wait for 26-minute countdown. About that. Okay, so let me get this link real quick. me get this link and let me post it to the chat real quick. Hello, Ouija. Yep, the link you sent, Storm. In fact, I tell you what, we'll go one better. We're going to share the tab. Now, this is he's been on. This is the
Okay.
earlier string.
Because they were sitting right on the ground. When I hit,
True.
they might dry out, and if they dry out, dried strawberries are pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Let's
I've had dried
go up a
strawberries
few minutes.
before.
Oh, there's Tammy Lynn. Let's go back just a second here. This will be interesting to see. No, we're not done watching. Oh, they're restreaming somebody else.
People for fucking being non-transparent. Those fucking auditors that hide all their comments, they hide their numbers, the subscriber number.
Let's see, where was it?
And one out of I forget the county here. It was a county counties that did it.
Fearless Fight.
Was where the other cop got shot and killed for breaking into a house that he shouldn't have been breaking into.
So I want to talk some real topic here with especially with those guys that have had YouTube channels for years and years. So when Pug, and I don't care about this. I'm not complaining about what my next statement's going to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
I love
Try
it when
again,
Pug
Molly.
comes up and plays his music. But yes, I do get a
try it again.
Fucking not a strike, but a copyright
tell
claim.
me where to go. Where to go on this?
So
yeah,
what's
like
the
you can't monetize anything, right?
That's what scares me.
Hold on. I'm not done with my point. So what's the fucking difference of having a copyright claim by him doing that? Getting a copyright claim for fucking playing a video of theirs. It's still a copyright claim either way.
You can counter that, or there's I'm not going to say who, but somebody told me yesterday that there's a button what's inside the video editor that you will take that music out.
I told Storm to try to come up again.
Yeah, because he's playing his guitar, like he's playing his own version of these songs.
Right.
You know, I don't really have music on my panel and never have.
But you see, that's the whole thing.
I don't know how that works. I can look into
it. How many channels are on YouTube where people are playing drums to people's music, guitars to people's music, karaoke to people's music? It's the same fucking thing.
Well, karaoke's the reason you're able to play karaoke is because they've got tune changers in there. They change the tunes of the stuff up just a tad bit.
Not that I've heard. Not that I've heard.
Well,
when Bud plays, it's totally different than the original song. He doesn't play it like to the T. He plays it with his own sound.
Yeah, you got to change it up. You can't play. You can't play the sheet note. You can't play the music to the sheet. So
motherfucking playing what would be a fast song slow, you know. I mean,
actually, hold on here. I'll tell you the person to ask about this.
Even if you're not reading music, you can't play the exact same tune and beat.
And I know that's wrong because Jason Goddett does it all the time. Ask Jason about it.
He can't. He doesn't
Okay, well, I'm
hit.
sorry.
He doesn't do
I'll start
he changes his
pausing the video.
tones.
No, he
Say
don't.
something.
No, he don't. He uses a karaoke machine.
And
He might have.
karaoke.
He might. You know what it might be?
Plays the same exact song.
He might
No,
be
it doesn't.
paying for copyright. He might have a list of copyrighted music he's allowed to use.
That's what I'm saying. Ask Jason about that. He does it all the time. He probably knows something about it.
There's some karaoke sites you can use, but they're not the same notes as what's on that.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is if I'm gonna get dinged for either way, why not just play the fucking video anyway, saying
Come on.
fuck it?
There we go. Now we
Is
got
it
you up here.
striker? Is it a claim? I mean, what's it
The
between strike and claim?
monetization. It's just the monetization.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then if it's just if it's just being monetized, like,
And it actually doesn't even say they can't monetize the video. It says that the owner of the content has the percentage of that video.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because my video of me filming outside the clubs and shit, like when I first went live, I clicked for monetize it, whatever.
Okay, so where is it where he starts talking crap?
204.
204.
Yep, it'll be a little after.
We'll start at 203.57 then. There's our favorite liar and favorite moron.
You're putting concentrated THC in here.
25% fucking weed joints, or fucking what? 70, 80 for fucking shatter?
Right. That's what I'm saying. You're putting a bigger concentration in your body with less. Yeah, it's going to get you higher.
It's funny. It's probably not funny. It's sad, but I told you guys back in the day, right after my mom died and before my dad died, I was doing drugs, and I had friends that did meth. I don't know what they mix it with. The reason I'm funny today is because of my connected because of the meth. So
See, he ended that.
The what? What'd you say, Hawk?
Oh, never mind. There it is. It's still going.
all right, well, if I go live, it'll be at 5 my time.
Right. So.
All right, bye.
So there's still quite a way. There's 3.5 hours before that. So.
Yeah, go take a nap.
I'm out of here, guys. See y'all later out there in Neverland and the chat.
Right. Get out of here.
That's really interesting. He admits to smoking meth.
Not to speak ill of my friend Tammy, but he's a lightweight. He's been taking a lot of fucking naps lately. I would almost say he needs it for beauty sleep, but he doesn't look any more beautiful when he wakes up.
Right.
See, I've never heard of Dirty Mike. Sounds like one of those low-life auditor wannabes.
I had about 500 blood sugar last night when I got home because I went to work.
Where
and my
did
boss
Beaver
fucked
go?
me up. Wasn't supposed to work. Yeah, I had all these fucking fries and
you already talked
jalapeno poppers and Jack in the Box.
Why are you repeating?
I believe at one time Lou stated that he never done drugs. Really?
Yeah, he said that several times. As a matter of fact, I remember that. He's always saying that drugs were bad, and he'd never do them because he didn't feel the need.
Well,
and here he is saying, "I've done meth."
I also heard that he was kin to a chipmunk, because he used to hang around in a bunch of trees, but I think he hit every freaking limb on the way down.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, he's a piece of work. You gotta give him credit for being imaginative. That's it. I mean, he's sitting there saying on live on that video, "I've done meth."
I want
don't
to
get no credit
introduce
in
him.
that.
I want to introduce him to my fur babies. I think him and them could have a lot of fun.
Oh, don't know. He might. Are they both boys or girls?
There's 3 boys and a girl there.
Well, the girl dog is safe then.
Oh yeah. I'll just have to go out and put some duct tape over the boys' butts.
There you go.
Just saying. I mean, too soon?
Well, I mean, it's sad. I mean, you got the dude. I'll sit there and say, sit there and just turn dicks off that you have no right to judge me. Who are you to judge me? Well, everybody has a right to judge you, because you do it to everybody else. You throw judgments around and you cast aspersions and you expect people to let it fly. It doesn't work that way. You piss people off and you start talking shit about them, yeah, they're going to say something to you about it. The man is.
Well, he's one of them that thinks that he can talk. He talks about everybody else, but yet if somebody ever mentions something about him, oh, he runs to his corner and cries, oh, they talking about me. They talking about me. I mean, he always wants somebody to come to him. When is he going to grow up and take a chance and go to the other person? I mean, I done said, hey, come pull in my driveway. Come pull in my driveway. I'll introduce you to my little fur babies. They're really little. I mean, one of them only weighs about 210 pounds.
I'm going to repost my picture, my Lucy Follow troll videos. I'm going to repost all of them because I want to see what he does. And
he's going to cry. You're going to upset him. You're going to make him. He's going to cry. You should not. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should not hurt his feelings like that.
I'm just a mean bastard. What can I say?
You're a freaking asshole. You're a freaking asshole. Why do you want this man's never done a thing to you? He's never talked about you, or your family, I mean, why would you want to post something like that?
Because I'm an asshole. There you go, right there.
Is that Mr. or Mrs.?
Did you ever see any of the videos I posted about him and Rick?
Oh yeah. I think what we all should do is we should take up a collection and send him on a little trip and send him to his boyfriend's house, being that he loves him so much. We should send him on a cruise, with his boyfriend.
All right, let me pull this. This will be funny. Because this always makes me laugh whenever it comes time. This really makes me laugh.
Evidently he's awful quiet tonight. He must be sitting out there in his little car all alone, calling himself working, and he don't know what work is. Has no clue. I would be willing to bet that he's probably sitting there in the little car waiting on some of them little female companions to show up.
In fact, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start this completely over. Here we go. That's funny right
Hey,
there.
Hawk, pause that for a second, please.
Yeah.
Can I ask the question?
Shoot.
Can I ask the question? I mean, I've just got to ask, and I know plenty of people. When they see this and whatever, they're probably going to bust out laughing from this comment. But I want to know that why does his face and head look like a penis?
That's a good question,
Is that another way of saying that he's a cocksucker?
Yep. Look at the moron. I guarantee it. Woo, Rick. Bitch slapped again. I mean, there's a lot of shit I've been having fun with. It really is. Now I've got I use this app called Reface. And it drives and you can have fun with people. Okay? And here's one that's been making rounds that Rick really does not hate. He really hates this one. You'll never see this if you see it anywhere else, it's a copy. I have the original. And that's the funny part. Is shit.
Okay, I want to know your opinion on something.
I've been making.
I want to know your opinion on something.
Let's have some fun with Luke first. Hold on, let's have some fun. I want you to see this first. You'll like this. I know you have not seen this because this has not been put anywhere else. Let's remove that because we don't need it. This you're gonna like. You have not seen this yet. I just don't want you to have a heart attack when you do see it, okay? No heart attacks on there, okay?
Oh, screw you.
After this, you probably will.
I probably will screw you? I don't think so. No freaking way.
Yep.
Damn, dude. That's freaking hilarious.
Oh no, it gets worse. It gets much, much worse. I've had so much fun with this program. I can't help myself. Because what can I say? I'm just an evil-minded motherfucker.
Friend, oh, do you find me sexy? Oh, look at my titties.
Oh, my titties! Oh, I'm gonna puke.
Jesus Christ! Who's your friend?
Oh, you got that's hilarious.
Do you find me sexy? Oh, look at my titties.
Oh, my titties!
Oh, my titties! Oh.
That even sounds like him.
Hell yeah! I've been having a lot of fun with this program. It's an app I pay for on my phone. All I have to do is have a snapshot, and I got one or two of blue. I don't know where they came from.
Did you say snapshot? Hold on.
Mm-hmm. All I got to do is have a picture, and you can use it. Because it ticks them off. Where's Rick? Where's my friend Rick?
Hey, wait a minute. Where's the wife to the other party?
There you go. He looks like such a retard in that video, that little clip. If I get this to let me post GIFs, I'd show you the bareback mountain GIF I made. I made a bareback mountain GIF of Rick and Lou. Take that down. What else did I make? I got shit that just. What can I say? I mean, I have a lot of fun with this. And they feel so abused because someone throws their crap back in their face. Oh my God, how horrible am I? Let's see. Now tell me this is not the ugliest baby you have ever seen. I want you to tell me, is this not the ugliest thing you have ever seen?
Oh, please don't make me sick. Please don't make me sick.
Poop.
Another
I'm
Rick
never
moment
drinking
time.
again. Who ordered the shots? Whoever ordered the shots, you're not my friend anymore. Oh, I gotta poop.
I love it.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh, yeah, I did. I'm that evil. I mean, there's lots of stuff I've made that I think are funny. I mean, people don't realize. I got snapshots of Rick. I got snapshots of Tammy. I got snapshots of Lou. I can make a lot of mean shit.
Would you make one of me?
I don't have your snapshot.
Damn.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, I had a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun with this stuff. Let's see. I made one for a little fungus, which I like her. She's not bad. She's not a bad person. But what I made of her, she might get me shot. I'll show you.
I'm gonna jump off here in a minute anyway. I've got to be up in like 3 hours, and I want a nap.
Well, this is the last thing I'm going to show in the
Satisfaction. And then just hurt me till I get my satisfaction.
I can have a lot of fun. I've had a lot of fun with this program. So I'm going to start making some more up of Mr. Lou, and make some more up of Mr. Rick, and make some up of Tammy, and put them in the most fucked up situations I can find. And then I might clip them together and put them up, make them into a full video for YouTube. I'm going to have some people get all over me like there's no tomorrow. You think they're coming? You think they're coming down on me now? Wait till I post shit and they start coming down on me for real.
Hey, Hawk.
Yeah.
Give it a minute or so and check your text.
I will. Let me see. Better not be any dirty pictures of your wife again.
That was something that was just passed to me, and I was told to send it to you.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. God almighty. Holy shit. That's funny.
Did you get it? Did you get it?
Yes, I did. That's fucked up and funny as hell. Best thing is that's a cleaner shot of Tammy. I can use that in the reface too. I can use that.
You know what'd be funny? You know what'd be funny? If you had a picture of Lou and then Tammy following, from behind, or either Tammy and then Lou following from behind. Just saying.
True. Very true. Hell, I can do reface on that right now, as a matter of fact. Oh my God, I can have fun with this.
Hey, Wally, bring your ass on up here.
We're done with videos for now. I don't think there's any
Get
more
your
we
ass.
can do.
Get your ass on up here. Come on, move it. Get to stepping. Let's go.
Take that off.
Do not make me say it again.
I don't know what that's for.
If you don't get up here, I'm gonna start out somewhere and call you names until you do.
Yeah, I don't think he's really worried about you calling him names.
He better start worrying.
Confirm that. Let's see. What really messed up thing can I put him in right off?
I don't know, but keep an eye on the basement.
I'm watching. Let's see. Anime face off photo. I don't want animated face off photo. Let's see. There's so much goofy shit you can be on right now. Because I
Oh,
can
and let's make one thing perfectly clear too, though, just so that he knows. He can start bitching and complaining about what was said in this video if he wants to. But I have plenty of information and all. He can do whatever and cry and call the law and try to have something done. It's not going to do him a bit of good, because once all the information is handed over to them, for them to see what he does with his bullying, harassing, stalking, making sexual comments about people with kids and stuff like that. I don't think it would go so great, because then they're going to really tag him as a sexual predator. I don't think they're going to like him too much. From what I understand, that some of them don't really like him already. Just saying.
That'll work. Best thing about this, I can put his face on just about anything in here. I am such a mean asshole. And I'm just gonna make something up real quick. And this is gonna be hilarious to everybody. What's up, Wally?
Hey, man.
I got
like that picture, huh?
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
That's a good one. That's a good picture of him.
Oh, you
That's
have
with his
no
new
idea just yet.
That's his new haircut he just rolled out a couple of days ago.
Oh, so he went to the back lot and someone shaved it with a rusty knife.
Yeah, probably somebody at the shelter told him he was looking too homeless, so needed to cut it or something.
Yeah, wait a minute. He's actually living in a shelter? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what I've been told, is he's still in a shelter. That's why he only streams from his room. He's still sticking to his story that he bought a house with 5 or 10 acres and blah, 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 5-bedroom house, but he has yet to show any of it. And he says he's not going to show it to anybody because he doesn't have to prove it to anybody. I'm like, you ought to see the gut on him now, man. He has gotten fat, man. He's got this big old gut. It's comical.
Well, they don't like people doing meth. They don't like people doing meth in those homeless shelters.
Yeah,
they'll kick you out in a heartbeat. You may figure that out. Here we go. Why do I like this program? Let me explain it to you.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna cut that off. I'm gonna cut that in half and enlarge it. Now that's just a quick sample of the fun I can have with this.
Hey, man.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I can have a lot of fun.
On, lay down.
Oh, I meant to bring something up.
A minute. Here you go. Jake is not allowed on the bed.
I wanted to bring something else up. He talks about a lot of people, and Wally can probably vouch for this. But something, when he's got to go and pick on elderly people, not calling any names, but when he's got to go and pick on an elderly person, that really shows what kind of a person he really is.
He's always been that kind of person. I mean, he called CPS on me because Lou said I did something.
Well, maybe one day when he goes to the bathroom and does one of his videos, with him sitting on the toilet, there's no really way to really put this in a roundabout way.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope his intestines falls out.
Ouch. Well, I mean, let's see. When him and Lou were first talking, and Lou started his shit, he was living on that houseboat where he's having orgies. And during one of those little drunken parties, he sat there and was on live stream, threatened to call CPS on me, and not more than 2 days later, I had to lay at my door trying to verify whether I was doing something to my child.
Wow.
Now, when you go into that, when you go into that extreme that you're calling CPS, and you're trying to cause people issues, you've gone beyond just plain YouTube.
Right.
That's what and.
But here's the deal. Here's the deal, though. When they get caught up in the lie, and CPS really finds out that they're lying to have fun for shits and giggles, they should be no court. They should be tossed right straight on in prison, and make sure that they're in the same cell with Bubba.
Right.
Because that right there gets personal. That right there is very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just fucking wrong. All right. When you got to try to call someone to lose a child, all because you need laughter or entertainment in your life, and evidently your life is that boring.
Right.
I'll say this: if somebody done that to me, you better hope that I can't ever, 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 ever find out who you are. You better run to the end of the earth, dig you a hole, and hide. You better take all the concrete you can take with you and concrete yourself in. Because I'm telling you something. I will make sure that I find you. I will rip your head off with my bare hands. And I will take a piss and a shit down your throat. Not only when I get done doing that, you better hope that you're dead. Because if you don't, I will stick you in something that you will be beyond recognition.
Yeah.
I will rip your fucking heart out and feed it to you before you die. Because you're a sorry, low-life piece of shit. And you deserve to die. But just try it with me and find out.
Well, Storm, what's kind of funny is, you remember, I don't know if you guys remember, Salty used to always start his streams with how he didn't support rapists or child pedos. And then he started interviewing News Now Houston, and he dropped all that. And then here about a month and a half ago, they like to hide in these little obscure rooms.
He done that for one reason, dude. He wanted more information on Houston, so that way when he don't have nothing else to talk about, he's got something to go back to.
Yep.
That's all it is. He is a piece of shit. And like I said earlier, one day he's going to screw up. He's going to say the wrong thing about the wrong person. Okay, especially their wife or their kids or whatever. Their husband's going to catch him in a convenience store or whatever when he's going and pumping gas. And they're going to shove the gas handle up his ass, pull the trigger, and light it from his mouth.
Well, just like Colton Woods, he's been screwing with that dude for 4 or 5 years now, hard. I mean, really hard. Literally, the reason the guy is homeless again.
But there's one thing about that, Wally. He knows that Colton is not all physically, mentally there.
Yeah.
And he's taking advantage of it.
Yep.
But nobody else sees it. But, why don't he come on over? And I think you understand, Wally. I'm kind of not one to push buttons. But, why don't he come on over and try that with me? Please, I've done said, I'll give you $5,000 in cash if you'll pull up in my driveway. Okay? That's all I ask you to do is pull in my driveway.
You guys got mutual combat in your state? Is that legal there?
Mutual combat?
Yeah.
I'm not going to answer that. I don't answer questions.
Well, some states like Oklahoma, I guess, and I think Texas does. It's a mutual combat state. So basically, if you guys agree to mutual combat, there can be no charges pressed by either side. And I've heard of a couple of states that do that, and I know Texas is one, and I know Oklahoma is one. but I don't know how many others are. So I guess you could
I'll just say that I have too many friends.
Or Oklahoma.
I'll just say I have too many friends that, he can come up and pull something out if he wants to. It wouldn't never go nowhere. For one.
There's no way he'd ever do that. No way.
Because he's a pussy. Well, wait a minute. Damn it. Did I say that out loud? Hawk.
Yes.
I've listened to you too much. Shut up.
Champ, I tried.
But I'm just saying, if he would physically pull up in my driveway, I've got a couple things I'd like to introduce him to. And then if he can get past that, then me and him's going to chat. But he won't like the chat. Because I would beat him black and blue. What would be freaking funny is someone that has heart problems and has been through a lot in the past few years. Okay? And him get his ass handed to him. Now, that would be funny. Because if he couldn't beat me, then who's to say that a woman couldn't beat him?
That's true. You got a point. But I'm looking at his Instagram. Got a lot of interesting followers, mostly people from the group he actually talks to right now. I posted a link to that thing about the racist videos, and that's pretty funny. I'm gonna start posting that. I'm gonna start posting that into Discord, because I bet you I can have a lot of fun with that.
One thing that don't make a bit of sense to me is that there's a lot of people that's over in Discord. There's some good people over there, but there's also some bad ones. But why anyone that would sit around and put up and tolerate him saying what he does about other people's families, I don't see how he's gotten as far as he's gotten. I don't. But one way to get rid of him would be if everybody would just start kicking him out and completely ignoring, basically, he wouldn't have no one to talk about, and he'd move on. But like I said, I don't feel that he's going to do that. But, however...
Sorry, man. I had to duck out for a minute. My puppy dog, the young pup, decided she was going to be a guard dog.
Oh, stop.
I had to go praise her
Stop
up.
lying. Stop lying. She wasn't trying to be no guard dog. You know good and doggone well you was over trying to kiss on her.
Don't be.
What? No comment? Hey, it's okay. You can go ahead and spit that hair out.
Yeah,
what? No comment? You're not going to comment? Well, shut up then.
I'm going to look into my Discord real quick. Okay, Polly's came back up. Holy shit, that's just the nastiest fucking thing I have ever seen. Who posted that shit?
Hey, why don't you take a gander around Discord and see exactly what's been being said?
Oh, ain't no one talking about me. It's not in any of the rooms I'm in. And if I'm not in the room, it's probably a good reason for it. Because I don't put up with mostly the trashy servers. There's no reason to go into watch them be trash everybody that they come across.
Yeah, I don't see no sense in all that.
But it's funny. I'm sitting here looking at some of this stuff, and Rick is not that popular. He thinks he's a popular individual, but he's not. Lou
I'm not worried about that crackhead. I mean, he's him and Lou is probably the ones that's got the most hemorrhoids. I mean, I think Tammy just likes to watch.
Well, Luke, just because Luke can't use one doesn't mean he can't hit his knees and use something else. You're right. That's just, I don't know. It's just, I don't understand what they get out of making an accusation or playing on a girl with mental issues. I don't understand why they feel that need. I mean, you just never know. Some people's lives are so sad that that's all they've got. And I guess that's what it comes down to. It comes down to Rick and Lou. That's about the best that they have.
What's that link that you posted? About the racists?
Yeah, those are supporters of Rick Crew. I mean, not Rick. Those are racist YouTube racist supporters of Louis Stefano. Most of them have pictures.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, the one I'm glad I found was the picture of the Rev. He's as racist as they get. I mean, God Almighty. He goes on a stream. It's a constant stream of racial slurs.
Wally, where'd you go? And who you talking about that went live? I don't know if he can hear us or not.
I can now, guys. Sorry, man. I was just switching out dogs on the perimeter, so had to send the old one out. So I got two young dogs in training. So what were you saying now?
What was that one that you said that was going live?
Oh, freaking Tyrant Wars I got a notification that it's going live about Rotmouth, and then I looked at the thing, and it was Rick Crude and somebody else. So, but I don't know if they're actually live or if they just did a premiere video.
Let me see.
I know they.
I got Tart Wars on mine too. Let's see.
I know he's been firing up lately. He hadn't been doing anything in a while, but here lately he's started doing quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah, it looks like just a premiere. That's not live.
So it must just be a video premiere.
Yeah, but I love how he goes after these two idiots.
You know, they were a little bit overzealous about going after everybody.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, you can't make the world your enemy whenever you're trying to make it. I mean, and I think that's actually hurt their channel more than it helped, because it drove away a lot of people that might have supported them because they were so zealous about going after everybody. You know what I mean? And people weren't going to step up and, go to their channel and make comments if they might wind up on the target list, And everybody knows he's running IP grabbers and shit like that on his website. So, Rick says he knows who it is. He says it's a single dude, but I don't know if that's true or not. There was a color guy, I can't remember his name, out of California, and that's who Salty was always saying it was, and that's who Rick says it is. But I can't remember the guy's name now.
We the people.
But he used to be an auditor, I guess, about 5-6 years ago. Before he went that way.
Yeah, they're pretty nasty to him.
Yeah.
He didn't do much, if I remember, but
yeah.
They were kind of nasty to him and pretty dismissive.
Yeah.
But he did a 180, started going after everybody. And then he settled on just a few people. And now his main target is, of course, Lou and Rick.
He went after me just for talking to Lou. And whenever I was helping Lou, I wasn't, he was always bothering me. He had me on panel once or twice, and then he was wanting me to do a co-host of a show, and he announced that I was going to be co-host of a show, blah, 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 one night. And I said, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, I never talked about this shit. And he was all kinds of pissed off about that. I'm like, no, dude. I said, I agreed to help you with your channel. That's what I do. That's why I'm here. Sure. And that's why I apologize to Teresa and all them, because I helped him make some pretty fucked up pictures and stuff like that. Because everybody knows Lou can barely do anything but operate his phone to make a phone call. So I was doctoring him up some shit and stuff like that. And that was about it. But and a lot of it was geared towards Teresa at the time, and afterwards, I apologized to Teresa and several others, because the whole time that I was helping Salty, not once did I ever go anywhere that any of those people that he called out daily, not once did any of them say a foul word to me, not once. And so that's why I was interested in talking to Storm after I found out he was back, because I was gone. I had took about a year and a half or so out of kind of the 1A people, because I was over in some other communities helping people with their channels. And so whenever I came back, Storm was gone. And so I knew a little bit about the Storm in the beginning. And whenever I came back, him and Tammy Lin was, wanting to know what they could do to shut down Storm, and I'm the one that turned him on the IC3s, which turns out Lou never filed any. He just told everybody else that he was filing them so he could get other people to file them.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't forget about Tammy. Tammy said it too.
Yeah, Tammy said he filed one. He was hardcore about it. And because I told those guys, I said, this is federal. I said, you can't just make up shit. I said, or take it back once you file it. I said, you better actually have facts, because whenever it goes to the feds, both sides are going to end up getting looked at. And if you start filing fake shit with the feds, that's the big boy leagues anymore. You can't say, oh, my uncle's a cop over here and get out of it kind of deal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I said, they don't discriminate. You know, they're going to get whoever's fucking up.
Hey,
so
Hawk,
I know. Yeah.
My dog is hungry. He needs some food.
Well, feed him.
You don't get the point.
Yeah.
My dogs are hungry, and they need some food.
Well,
Think about
there's
that
a
one
lot
point.
there's a lot of feet around.
Well, I'd have some if somebody would just show up in my driveway.
You have to store a lot.
Hey, I got a question though. Who sent Autotron to California? Does anybody know about that?
I have no clue. No, he's supposedly, quote, not in California. He said numerous times that he's in Hawaii.
Yeah, he's now currently in Hawaii. But I was told he went all the way to California to visit Lou's house. Supposedly on your behest, is what I was told. But I never seen any of it. I just heard secondhand, you know what I mean? So I don't even know if that was true.
Wait a minute. He did what?
Evidently, Autotron showed up and threw a bunch of nails in his driveway, is what Salty claims. Nails or screws or some shit.
Okay. I believe that one like I just won the freaking lottery.
Yeah. And I've never heard Autotron even talk about it, so I don't even know if it really happened.
I got one better. Okay, since last night, and I woke up, I just became the president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. So, you know, I mean, okay, damn it, I just pinched myself. That ain't real. So yeah, no. That's okay. Yeah, he's tried numerous times to insinuate different things like that. He's also stated that he had someone trying to come to my house and was looking in my windows, and we won't call them names, but Tammy, but more or less looking in my windows and, you know, supposedly telling, you know, different things, and it's just, you know, it was all bullshit. But yeah, some things happened. You know, we were getting phone call after phone call after phone call, and first thing and another. So, yeah. But the only thing I can say is, you know, like I've said before, good luck. If you can physically get in my driveway without me knowing, get in my yard, then you're good. I don't think that's going to happen. I have 4 dogs outside. Also, I have a bunch of surveillance cameras, and they're everywhere. So you can't physically go outside and hide anywhere without me knowing you're there. And besides, you're not going to get in my yard because my dogs are not going to let you. My dogs will have you for lunch.
Yeah.
And if I walk outside and they're sitting there acting like somebody's out there or whatever, and all I got to do is say, get them. And they're as good as got.
Yeah.
You might get in my yard if you do, if you're good enough. But if they ever see you, you will never leave.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I used to have. I got one last one, but Cane Corsos, man, I love that breed. They're such a freaking loyal breed to the family, man, and they're generally silent dogs, and they're the ones that just come get you. You know what I mean? For
Well,
messing up.
I have those 4, and then I have 2 that's inside, and they're always near me, always. I've got one in my lap right now, and the other one's right here on the floor, right by my chair. I mean, if they hear anything, they go crazy. Anything.
Yeah, those little ankle biters are some of the best alarms in the world.
And yeah, you don't want to set them off. You mess with their daddy, and yeah, you had a bad day. I can sit in my chair, and my wife can come over and slap my leg or something. She's as good as God. I mean, she's as good as God.
That's funny.
She is as good as had. I mean, you know, yeah, in a way, Lou should know better than to talk about people the way that he does. I mean, I'm just being straight up and real.
Yeah.
That's just like him talking about. I remember, and if I don't know if Hawk remembers or not, but Hawk, you remember the night that you were live, and basically your daughter was hanging over the back of your chair, and he was sitting there making comments about your daughter's chest. Remember that?
Oh, I remember that. I remember because that's what started the whole bullshit off about his daughter. That's it. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so they go.
Yeah, I forgot all about that shit. I forgot that it was Lou. Yeah, but yeah. That was, God dang, guys.
In other words,
that was reaching back a few years.
Oh yes. In other words, Hawkey's trying to say that, you know, you can't spank his ass, and you can't make him cry, and you know, you can't make him shut up.
Well, I tell you what, I think he's got real problems because some of the people he's messed with, and a couple of these streams that he's alluded to all of his drug use here lately, and alluded to sleeping on the job, and alluded to making comments about the children.
Wait a minute.
I don't know
The
a single
sleeping on the
employer.
job. Yeah, the sleeping on the job. I know plenty about that because, you know, when I first knew him and all, you know, he would call and talk, and I'd be like, you know what, I'm ready to get off the phone and you know, go to bed. I got things to do, and this and other. Well, he would come up and say, well, you know, he needs someone to talk to and keep him awake and everything. And all, if not, he'd fall asleep.
I was
even
with that too.
Even though that I had been on the phone with him for, you know, a couple hours, he would still sit there and go to sleep as you were talking to him.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's not a security guard type of person, for one. Number two, the guy that's paying him to protect these properties and things, it's not getting done. He even admitted one night that there was people on the property taking stuff or whatever, and he went over and asked them what were they doing. Supposedly they told him what they were doing and all, and he was like, oh, okay, you can have it. He just turned his head and walked away.
Yeah. Well, you guys know as well as I do, he just said, I don't know whether it was today or yesterday, that, you know, they can try and interfere with his job and his license and all that other stuff as much as they want, and there's no way he's losing his license over it. And maybe that's possibly true, but given what took place in Nevada and then all these recent comments, I don't know a single employer in the world that would say, yeah, I want to keep that guy.
If his employer gets video of the stuff that he's saying especially to an elderly person.
Oh God, yeah.
As the one person that we know, and gets video of how he talks about children. He has stated before that basically his boss didn't care what he done outside of work, which he was not supposedly quote allowed to do live streams, but he could still be on his phone while he's at work.
Yeah.
But his boss probably has no clue to how much he really is online,
Yeah. At night.
At night, yes. So basically, if his boss knew what he's doing, trust me, he wouldn't have a job long.
Well, he's pretty good with all those troll accounts he keeps. I mean, he had a GD troll account.
He can't say he don't have troll accounts. He does.
Oh yeah, he has a shit ton of them, bro. But he would never tell you all of them. You know what I mean? The blatant obvious ones, he would admit to. But
what everybody don't believe and understand is, and they can believe me if they want to. I don't care. I'm just saying. But I've been on the phone with him one time too many, and I've heard how he does. Okay, and I've heard him be on the phone and chatting with other people. And the way you there's one way you listen to him and but I'm not going to say it here. But however, he will see somebody saying something about him and he swaps accounts.
Yep. Well, I think a lot of those accounts that are in his stream whenever he's live, because generally he only gets a couple of people that are
is him.
Yeah, and then
it's either him or his wife. It's either him or his wife.
Then you only see them there. You don't see them anywhere else but that stream. You know what I mean?
And I will say this too. I really, honest and truly, I really believe of one thing. I feel so sorry for her because she's done nothing to no one. But however, I really feel like that supposed quote his wife feels that she could not do any better whatsoever, and she could not find someone else that would really care and love her and want to be with her for her. And if she left him, she wouldn't have nobody else, but she could probably find her someone else that would treat her a lot better than what he does, because as we see his actions here and all, it somewhat tells how he really is in real life. And you just wonder and think exactly, how he's really treating her. And maybe she could be so scared to even tell him, hey, I want you to go, because she might be scared of what he may do.
Right. Well, look at that video Joey Wolf's wife just made here recently, where she came online and she said, hey, this is why I left him. He's acting like a 5-year-old, fighting with everybody, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not into that. And Joey Wolf used to always tell everybody that his wife was some computer genius, that she was the one that was hacking everybody, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And so people started attacking her over it. And I mean, how can you be married to a person and then have just no clue about what you're doing and send people after her and not do it? You know what I mean? And just keep sending people after her by saying she's the one that's hacking everybody's accounts for him and blah, 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 this and that. This is whenever he was the Raging Scorpion. But, the guy's just twisted up, man. And you know what? Lou may find him, whenever he was going to go to Nevada to meet a certain redhead we know, that story that he said a while back was not his story. It was my story. I told him, I said, dude, you got a lady that's hung out with you this long. You guys have been through X amount of years of counseling. And I said, you're 54 years old. It's pretty tough to start at ground zero. I said, and you go to Nevada and hook up with that gal. I said, you're probably going to be at ground zero, and is a weekend worth it? You know what I mean? If she finds out.
I'm curious to know one thing. Was it or was it not true that he was supposed to have went to Nevada and seen supposedly his friend or whatever, but instead he was going to see Langley Lang?
Absolutely, it was true.
Mm.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Say that in my good ear.
Absolutely, it was going to go meet her. I'm the one that talked him out of it. Told him you're stupid if you do. And I at this time I didn't know Langley was married. I found out shortly thereafter that she was still married and her husband was supposedly disabled, gimped up, or something. I don't know. And then here recently, I heard her say that he's a retired sheriff or a retired cop or something like that.
And
I heard her say on a stream.
Well, let's clear the air on one more thing. And I don't know if we're boring Hawk, if he went to sleep or what. As far as I know, he could have probably went and sat on the toilet and flushed and fell in.
Making a Lou video.
Somebody better call the toilet factory and tell him he's stuck.
The toilet doctor.
Yeah, the toilet doctor. But I want to know one more thing too. Is it true or is it not true that some people donated when I had the issue with, all the threats and stuff coming in, and first one thing to another, that when I left, that Lang was trying to say that basically I was dead. And she's the one that collected
your funeral
money.
costs and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, she was collecting money.
Yeah, there was supposed to be money for a plane ticket, and then later on there became some sort of issue with buying a additional funeral plot or something. I remember. Now I don't remember whether monies were obtained for that, but I do remember people donating money for the plane ticket, because I remember people saying, I'll pitch in.
And you know several of those people, correct?
Yeah, I know two of them in the specific amounts they gave, and between two of them it was just a little over $500.
Okay.
And that's the only two I know that I've spoken to.
And in your belief and everything and all, do you really believe that money was exchanged?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, whether it was to a supposed fake Langley Lang, I have no idea. But you know what I mean? Back then, you could verify accounts. You know what I mean? So I would assumed that whoever was donating that money verified accounts, because neither one of them were slouches whenever it came to that. They had donated to several people before. So I have a hard time believing that they would have just somebody in a mysterious account pretending to be her got money out of them, because it just don't work that way. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because like I said, back then you could verify an account real easy. You know how you could just tap on it and it go right to their homepage. And you can do that now with I guess an app on your phone or a program on your computer. But most people aren't finding out about that just till here recently. But that was way before that ever happened. So yeah, I have no doubt in my mind that Miss Diane and Lady Kuma gave money to her. I have no doubt, because they've donated to several people over the years to help them out in cases like that.
So you would, in your opinion, you would feel like that her, meaning Langley Lang, that she did not collect money, or she did collect money?
I would think it was Langley Lang that was collecting money, because that's whenever a lot of the older ladies like Boomer and everybody else was still around. I mean, what, that was almost a year and a half, 2 years ago, was it now?
Right.
So, I mean, there was, yeah, I would have no doubt that they were on the money and on the ball about who they were given to and why they were given to it. You know what I mean? Because everybody knows Miss Di has been pretty generous. You know, she may not give the thousands and thousands like some other people, but you know, look at what she did for Emo just to get a refrigerator. You know what I mean?
Right. Gave
Yeah,
him
I mean,
way more than what a refrigerator would cost,
yeah,
and
right.
and basically he only spent supposedly
half of it on a
half of it.
refrigerator. Yeah, and then they bought a car and they bought satellite dish. She even came on video and said that.
Yeah, I remember
You know?
that.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, there's a lot of those people out there now. Now, you know, I have heard Langley say that she's never had any kind of PayPal accounts or any of this or that or blah blah blah. But
I've
you
heard
know,
her say she has.
yeah, yeah. So you know, I don't know, brother. I mean, that's a pretty tough scenario because if, you know, federally, man, that's defrauding across state lines and stuff, man. That could carry time if all those facts came out to be true.
Well, I'll make one thing perfectly clear. We took a break from a lot of stuff going on here, and we had nothing to do with anything that was going on with that.
Yeah.
Had not received anything. Had no reason to receive anything. All I know is that it seems like two very nice people was taken advantage of and used for money. And I think that the person that done it should come forward, you know, and say something about it. And if they really did receive the money, then they should give it back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And no better than to do that to one of the person, you know, of that age.
Yeah, you know,
take advantage of somebody.
I would think if somebody's been around the block this long and knows that nobody's going to press charges or this or that, and just say, okay, gig's up, Storm's still alive. Yeah,
give the money back, and it's all said and done.
Here it is, you know, send it back and just be done with it. Wash your hands of it.
But also too, here's the deal: if the person don't come forward and don't make arrangements to pay it back soon, then when it's all said and done, there will be charges filed.
Yeah, yeah. You know, that's the shitty part about it. I mean, if you let it go past the point where they're just saying, yeah, give me my money back and let's just call it a day, to the point where the man's got to get involved. You know, it's kind of like those IC3s. Once you get that ball rolling, you can't stop it. You know what I mean? And because once the feds get involved, you know, they don't discriminate. They hate both sides equally. And you know, and that's what I try to tell people. You know, I mean, you got to be careful about shit like that. And I think there's a lot of people on YouTube, just like, you know, they say a lot of this slanderous defamation type shit just because they know, well, I don't own anything and he ain't got enough money to come sue me, so I'm going to say it anyways. You know what? But I mean, there's always somebody that's going to step up and say they'll go to the end of the earth.
Exactly. One day you're going to find out, well, oh God, boy, was I wrong. You know, and then you're going to end up in prison. And then Bubba's going to really get his chance.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is kind of not relevant, but it is relevant. You know, my avatar of Wile E. Coyote, somebody asked me, well, why the fuck did you pick? It was Gary. Gary asked me this. He says, why'd you pick Wile E. Coyote? He never caught the fucking Roadrunner. I said, absolutely true. I said, but did you ever see him quit? Nope.
There you go.
Wile E. Coyote doesn't quit.
That's
you know
about
what I mean?
That's about as bad as Elmer Fudd always hunting that rascally rabbit.
Yeah, right.
You know, he never gave up.
Never gave up, man.
Even though the rabbit always won.
Yep.
You know, he never gave up.
Right. So
That's funny though.
may not be like a Wolverine, but it's a different type of tenacity.
That's right.
You know, different type.
That's right. Did I hear Hawk in the background? Yeah. You mean to tell me he woke up?
Well, I'm not snoring. I'm not asleep or anything. I'm sitting here listening. Because see, there's a lot of stuff I'm not up on. There's a lot of backgrounds of what happened to with a lot of this stuff. You know,
Well,
I
what?
simply have not heard it or have not been there to witness it. So.
Well, you know what's funny? This is what's funny about the whole meeting the redhead in Vegas thing. Salty made a video about that here just a week or two back. And I never came up on panels because it's not what I do. I'm a channel builder.
Yeah.
But Kumanina was being attacked. And it came out about, you know, I know both of you guys know Kumanina.
Mm-hmm.
And just about everybody around that 1A community does. Kumanina is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in your life. She doesn't do people wrong. She's always happy and cheery. Even whenever she's having a shitty day, she tries to be a happy, cheery person. And so whenever they're attacking Kumanina, I said, well, fuck this. This is enough. And that's why I went up on Lady Di's panel and I defended Kumanina. And as soon as that happened, the Langley Lang stuff came out somewhere in that time frame. And Salty said his exact words were, it had to be Kumanina or at the time, well, Wiley, he said, because those are the only two people I confided in. Now, if he would have chosen any other words other than confide.
That's wrong. Because, I mean, he's confided in several others, too.
Yeah, and exactly. Because I know that's the way Salty is. He talks to a lot of people. And I didn't fucking tell anybody. But he blamed me and Kumanina for it. You know, but just the facts that he used that word confided. Well, how would we know about an alleged affair if he never confided in somebody? Like I said, if he would have chose any other words, he might be able to talk his way out of that. But whenever you confide something into somebody about a situation, that means he's acknowledging that it was there, that it was real. So it wasn't just some make-believe bullshit. You know what I mean? So wrong choice of words. Very wrong choice of words.
There were some
and that's
comments
recorded.
made. There were some comments that was made basically that supposedly she had sent him pics of her boobs.
Yeah.
I don't know how true that is, really. But all I know is that if she really did,
I asked because one night I was on the phone with him, and he sent me a text of a redhead. Couldn't make out her face, but you know, had red hair on boobs. Now, whether it was a screenshot or something else of somebody else, I don't know. I obviously don't know her that way, but that's who he said it was at the time.
Well, you send that picture to me, and I'll tell you if that was her.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I just thought of something.
What?
Langley's like, what, 40 something?
I don't know.
No.
I have no idea how old she is.
Yeah. The picture she's using shows her to be 40 something.
Yeah, but she's way older.
The live stream on Lady Di's, where she went up and showed herself, is the same damn picture. She's young. She's lying about her damn age. And two, she's married to a man that's way older than her.
Sounds like it.
Maybe.
Sounds like it because she did an interview
She's
with
40 something
somebody.
years old.
Yeah, she did an interview here just recently to somebody about her being a mod, like on over 1,500 channels.
Yeah, I heard that.
And it was the first time that was the first time I'd ever seen her on camera. And it's a full interview with her talking about her being a mod and her status and how man, I wish to God I could remember who did that video, because I'm sure it's out there. But I 1,500, being a mod for over 1,500 channels, my God, you got to live on the internet. You know what I mean?
That's right. You have to, and I think
you
she
have
is.
to literally live on the internet. Sun up to sundown, you would have to be on it just 24/7, damn near nonstop. Because
see, here's somebody else that's in chat, Miss Joe, that we had tried to speak to once before, and it seems that everything that was said always got twisted and turned, and I don't know why. But I've never done nothing to Miss Joe. I've even told her that basically with the way that he had talked to her before in the past was just wrong.
Yeah, I don't know her. I mean, I've seen her. I know Juanito and her had a big rift going about something for a long time, because I remember Juanito trolling her pretty hard. But I don't really know anything about Miss Joe, other than while I was helping Salty, she was one of the enemy. You know what I mean? One of those deals. But
yeah, he always
I don't know anything about her.
He always states that this person's his enemy and that person's his enemy. And it's all because that person probably didn't give in to his bullshit and tell him what he was trying to find out or wanting to know. And it didn't work. And, that's one thing about him. If he don't get his way, then he starts shit on them, saying that they said this or they said that, and, makes up lies and runs with it.
Yeah.
Who isn't Salty's? Who isn't his enemy at this point?
Well, that's what amazes me, dude. Is like with Tammy Lynn, Salty is the very first person I remember that doxed Tammy Lynn. I mean, he doxes everybody, and so
that's another person that's a liar. Just like when he was saying that he was in Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
When he was living in Florida on the boat, we had people that was coming to us and telling us that's not his boat.
Yeah.
That was
that's what I heard.
someone else's. And supposedly the people didn't even know that he was even on it, or they was even on it. So I mean, it was crazy. It all the bull crap. But then it was lie after lie after lie after lie after lie.
Yeah.
And from what I've understood, what he done to Jen, and who was that other one he went and stayed with?
He went after Jen. He went to the gal 69 Mammy, and after 69 Mammy, he went to Zeus's house, and then to wherever he's at now. That's the order I remember it happening in. But yeah, I mean, the Florida guys did a whole lot of. I mean, they really did a lot of fundraising and everything else to help him get a bike and this and that. And man, there was a substantial amount of money gathered for that. You know what I mean? But also knowing the guy and that's kind of at the time I had broke away from there just because shit was getting so crazy. I used to go to Flow streams all the time because I really liked Flow. I used to do a lot of crazy shit online. He put on a suit, anybody send him and stuff. And then whenever he started doing the funds for Tammy, shortly thereafter, Tammy got arrested for an incident, and I was going to donate to Tammy. And there's a very, very well known auditor, a female auditor from back east, that called me up, and we were talking about it and said, "You may not want to do that." And I said, "Why is that?" And they told me, well, from what they understood, there was some drugs and alcohol involved in that incident, and it wasn't exactly what it was being told. So I didn't donate. And I don't ever know what happened to the case. Supposedly he said the case got thrown out or something like that, but I know there was quite a bit of funds raised to help him with that. So, and and that's what I hate about the whole frauditor thing is, it's like Tammy professes to be an auditor and he's never been an auditor ever.
No.
Just because he got drunk or something and got in a fight one night and got arrested, he wasn't there auditing. And I think maybe one time he went and shot some film at a post office, and then he got arrested on the Capitol steps. But he went there to get arrested, back in Pennsylvania. So, and it cracks me up whenever I listen to him now, because like that Dirty Mike's that he was on the other day, he was talking about how he was an alligator wrestler and a shark wrangler in Florida for years.
Right, and I just won the lottery for the second time in the same night.
And I just was laughing. I'm like, my God, this guy has been there, done everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just, wait a minute. Let me take that back. I just won the lottery for the second time in the same night. My wife turned around and just told me that, I could, have 15 other women to come over and sleep with them, and in the same bed, and
you better duck about now. The frying pan's coming your way.
Damn it! Oh shit!
That's too funny, man.
But I mean, one thing about this whole situation, okay, is everybody out there seems to like talking about everybody. Nobody can to one person. We always tried to be a friend to different people, and we've had to learn who we can talk to and who we can't, and that's it. We don't get into the whole this and that, with like certain people do.
Yeah.
But I mean, we want it the way we want it, and that's it. And that's all it's going to be. My thing is that, yeah, if I knew for a fact and knew somebody for a good long time and knew that, they really needed help, and, I felt like I needed to help them, then I would. But as far as me sending that person money or anything like that, it's not going to happen. You can go to a regular store or something or whatever, and if I call them and say, hey, this person needs food, then I'll pay for a certain amount of food and you pick it up, but you won't get cash, because I mean that's one thing that I will make sure of. And if you're gonna lie to me, don't ever come back to me telling me, I need help, because I won't be there, and I will not help you. But one of my things is that I can be the nicest person you ever want to meet, but however, it's like I've been told before: you shit on me once, you won't do it again.
Right. Well, whenever I was down south, there's always homeless on every corner, damn near. And I was raised old school because my dad out of the Depression era. And if I seen a guy out bumming or something like that, and he's asking for money, I'd ask him, "Are you hungry?" And I said, I'll go buy you a sandwich or, buy a McDonald's or whatever they were close to, but I'm not giving you cash. The only time I've ever given a homeless person cash is I was down visiting a friend in the Florida Keys, and there was a guy sitting there with a sign that said, "Why the hell lie? I need money for beer." And I walked up to him and I was laughing. I said, "How much money you need for beer, man?" He said, $5-10 would be perfect for the day. And I gave him 10. And I was like, that's the only time I've ever given a guy money that, just because I laughed because of the sign,
Well, I
But,
see plenty of people around that's homeless. They stand around holding a sign talking about I need food. Well, when you pull up to them, just like one day, I told a wife, and it's been a long time ago. I said, watch this. She said, what are you going to do? I said, just watch. Pulled up to him, rolled my window down, acted like I was fixing to hand him something or whatever. And well, I was going to write my number down really and give it to him and tell him, say, hey, call me if you want to work.
Right.
And I said, no, just wait. So I asked him, I said, so you're homeless? And he said, yeah. He said he hadn't had any food for a couple of days. I said, so you're willing to do a little bit of work? Oh, no, I ain't got time right now. And I'm like, okay, I ain't got time to give you no money either. But 9 times out of 10, if you ask someone, hey, are you interested in doing a little work, making a little money? They'll jump on it.
Right.
But if they just want cash so that they can, do whatever, 9 times out of 10, the ones that I ran into, it's just want to go out and buy drugs.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at all the tools that Zeus gave Tammy Lynn. I mean, I never seen him, but Tammy Lynn was nailing them all off one time, and he said he gave him like $3,000 of tools. But hell, he ain't got a single one of those things now.
It's
not the 6-8
like
months
this.
later.
Don't you remember the other day anything when I seen you standing on the street corner and pulled up next to you and asked you if you want to do a little work, and you said no, you just wanted a little crack, and I told you
Right.
that woman that was across the street that weighed about 750 pounds, you could find all the crack you needed.
Oh, dear Jesus.
That's bad, man. I mean, it's sad. I hate to see what drugs do to people. I've definitely had some friends' lives that were completely ruined at that shit. People that I thought was actually going to go someplace in life, and see them 20, 30 years later, and they're friggin', on that crack pipe sitting on the street somewhere. And
I've actually had someone that told me that one time, said that they wanted, they needed some crack. They had to have it, and everything. It would save their life. And I said, okay, you taught me into it. I said, how much you need? And he was like, money. I said, no, crack. And he gave me some amount or whatever and all. And I said, okay, I'll help you. And he was sitting there just dying, okay, when you're going to hand me the money? When you going to hand me the money? And I told him, I said, look, if you will just take and bend over and push your body all the way down and put your head right between your knees and look up, you'll have all you need.
Jesus. Some of those dudes, I mean, they get in bad shape with that shit, man. That's, and they do see it as life or death to them, I mean, I couldn't even imagine.
Here's the thing. You got to look at the ingredients in that mess. Okay, all it's doing is eating their insides up.
Right.
Because it's like, I think I heard something about, it's actually got like bleaches and ammonias and all that shit in it.
Yeah, they put all kinds of chemicals in that shit.
I mean, they actually, I mean, shit, if they want that high that bad, just go to the store, buy a gallon of bleach and drink it. Be done. I mean, it's just like, example, please don't laugh. This is not funny. I'm serious now. I'm being serious with y'all. Do not laugh. Do not laugh. Me and the wife tonight went to go to the store and grab a few things and all, and then was going to come back and cook out. So basically, went to the store and grabbed a bunch of stuff and I had a gallon of milk sitting at the back, and went to go put some other stuff in the truck, raised the lid, and there you go. The gallon of milk fell out and thing and hit the ground and busted everywhere. And I was mad. I got back in to leave, come home and all, and turned around and looked over at her, and I said, "You know what?" She said, "What?" I said, "That'll teach Walmart to piss me off when I go in there." She said, "Why is that?" I said, "Come back outside and then look in the parking lot. There's a bunch of white creamy stuff everywhere."
Damn. Okay, I'm not laughing.
You freaking liar. The only thing Hawk's do is sit over click, 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 click.
Oh, I'm going through the pictures that Amy's foster parent sent me.
Oh.
Sitting there trying to figure out what in the world picture are they talking about that I suppose they posted.
Hell, I don't know. I mean, shit. It could have been somebody that got a hold of your account and got into it and posted some shit and thing to try to get you in trouble.
Well, no one can post to my account right now because my account is on ban. I won't be able to post anything to my account again until the end of the week. That's what you get for calling somebody a communist because they don't agree with your right to have a second constitutional carry.
Yeah, you sound like damn peanut and damn jalapeno on a stick.
Okay.
You racist bastard. Okay. You Mexican condiment.
I've been called that too.
Well, Facebook's definitely got an agenda, and so does YouTube. They definitely have an agenda for their corporation, and you know, I thoroughly believe that that's why a lot of times they don't knock these people off of YouTube that do need knocked off, because you know they're kind of degrading society the way those corporations want it to go anyway. So
I know,
you know, I mean, like look at Emo whipping his junk out on video several times, and just doing all the nasty shit he's done over the years, and he's still on air. You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. You know, I guess if you were a channel that had 44 million subscribers or something, I could see them bending the rules a little bit because you're a good employee and you're making YouTube a bunch of money. But whenever you don't make YouTube any money and you use their platform just to do straight but just talk nasty shit, you know, you don't really have a First Amendment right inside of YouTube or even on Facebook, and they've made that extremely clear. You know what I mean? Just like what Hawk.wynd's going through with right now. They have an agenda, and if you go against their agenda, they're going to get rid of you. But
well, my thing is this: if I lose my account or whatever, it ain't gonna hurt my feelings.
Right. Yeah.
I can always start a new one. Won't bother me.
It won't bother me one bit. I mean, the ones that I want to talk to, anything, if I wanted to talk to them, I've got their number. I know how to call them and say, "Hey, I'm not on there anymore. If you want me, call me. If you don't, piss off, Lou."
Yeah. Well, you know, this whole drama shit that's set into that community, and it's just not the 1A community, it's all over, you know, sailing communities everywhere, that they're just trying to divide people and keep people fighting, and my belief is because the more people fight amongst themselves, the less they look at what the real problems are. And you know, it's just like I used to say with the auditor people. I mean, if you all got together and just concentrated your efforts on one place at one time, you get shit done. But look at what's becoming that 1A community, man. I mean, and
it's going crazy now.
Yeah, absolutely nuts.
Oh.
And it's too bad because it seems like more laws are being passed against them that I see that are unconstitutional.
Well, here's the deal, though. When you got, just say, 10 people going out, and then, you know, say 7 of them 10 like it one way, and the other 3 like it another way.
Mm-hmm.
And you got, they want to be the main ones there.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you get somebody else. Leave that alone. You got somebody else trying to say, well, I don't like the way they're doing it. I'm going to do this. I mean, if they would all learn that they pull together, you get shit accomplished. But however, if you go against each other, nothing's going to never get accomplished. Nobody's winning.
Yeah. Well, there's so many people that you see on YouTube, some of them that were in it for the right reasons, but it's amazing what I see. A person, generally whenever they're first starting out, 500 subs, they're pretty humble. They're still trying to take advice and learn, blah, blah, blah. By 1,500 to 2,000 subs roll around, their personality is completely changed. Like they can do no wrong, and they're as high as a kite. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life. It just completely changes them. So the ones that I've seen kind of trying to get into it for the right reasons, they don't do well, number wise. They don't really get anybody that goes to their channel. But the ones that go out there that, like Masshold's calling the frauditors, that are calling the cops on themselves or creating a situation and, drumming up the drama, they're getting all these clicks and views and they get that, they get that personality, it's kind of like News Now Houston. I mean, everybody started calling him the godfather of that whole 1A movement. Well, gosh darn, Tom Zebra has been doing that shit since like the early 2000s. And he's the only guy that I've ever known. He doesn't do it for clicks and views. If he's walking down the street and he sees a homeless dude that needs something, he'll go buy him a beer, even if the guy says he wants a beer. I mean, but Tom Zebra's channel, amongst all the other guys that are kind of around doing that, he's not real successful in doing what he does. But Tom Zebra didn't set out to change the world. You know what I mean? He just wanted to change his community. And that's all he still to this day strives for. There's a bigger picture out there, but where he lives is what he was trying to change. And his channel kind of suffers for it. And, everybody calls him a drunk or blah, 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 this or that. You know what I mean? And so that's why there are some of those guys. Yeah, that's why there are some of those guys out there that I still agree with. But, like Furry Potato, for example, I used to kind of like Furry until she started macing people at the fucking churches every Sunday. I have a hard time buying that you're doing that for your First Amendment rights whenever freedom of religion and expression is one of those people's rights too. And Furry wants her rights to be respected in the way she chose. But every Sunday she goes out and she messes with people for doing their God-given right to go down and go to church. You know what I mean? It just doesn't add up. You know what I mean? It's not for that. You know what I mean? And that's why I've been pretty outspoken about Furry doing what she does. And I even guessed that after Eric Brandt cut his 12 years, that Furry Potato was probably on the chopping block next, because you know how it is. Law enforcement's they're really looking at these guys, and they're just sitting there waiting. And I've heard recently, I don't know for what, but I've heard Furry's cut some charges and is involved in a civil litigation for somebody that she maced. They ended up suing her. So, there's ramifications to your actions. And, like I said, this whole God complex some of these people get, whenever they get a couple of thousand subs, they just get detached from reality. And that's kind of why I quit helping anybody in the 1A with channels. because they didn't really want to know how to build a channel. They just, what's the fastest, quickest way to make money? And it's like, well, I thought you were kind of an activist, you know?
Well, I want to bring something else up right quick. I mean, you know, yeah, I like furry. I mean, watching her and all that. But here's the deal. That certain someone that we were talking about earlier seems to bring up the fact of always wanting furry.
Yeah.
But yet at one point in time there was saying something about the fact of okay, this was a guy going to a woman. And he didn't like furry then. But then when he found out that furry was going from a guy to a woman, then he was like, you know, hey.
Interested, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty interesting dynamic.
Once again, if he was so in love, happily married, that type thing, why bring up the fact about someone else?
Right. Yeah, either he has an extremely trusting wife, or one that doesn't care. I don't know, but all I know is if I conducted myself that way, my old lady would have cracked me freaking in the back of the head while I was on the live stream. You know what I mean?
Well, I just want to know one thing. You know, should we possibly? Hey, I gotta go. Should we possibly, you know, run down to maybe, you know, the dairy, you know, ask them if they got a tight bull or something, you know, that they want to get rid of, you know, really reasonable, and everybody just jump in, donate, and you know, we'll buy him a bull and, you know, send it to his house, and you know, he can put it in the backyard there, and you know, when he's feeling a little frisky, he can go out there and wrestle around with the bull.
We'll definitely have enough bullshit.
Well, we would definitely have enough bullshit then.
I don't think he needs help. I don't think he needs help doing that.
Well, it's, you know, it's never ending too, and then you know, their lives just change. You know, as soon as they get called out on somebody, they just change the story a little bit and change it into a different lie. You know, with kind of the same end results. You know what I mean? And
I just want to know one thing. If basically, you know, you get the bull and you know, put it in the backyard there, when he's feeling frisky, and, you know, goes out and grabs hold of the bull by his horns, you know, I mean, we don't even know if he understands, you know, the difference between a bull and all, but still, you know, he's gonna sit there and call it baby and this and that, you know, and the bull won't behave and be still and everything, you know, for him, and he sits there and spanks the bull, and the bull kicks and he goes flying.
you know, man, every time he kept talking about going to be a ranch hand with Swammy, I just always envisioned Lou trying to get up on a horse. I think that would just be one of the funniest videos on the internet. Him trying to get up on a horse and ride a horse. If you can find a Clydesdale, anyways.
Well,
oh God.
That's just what I always thought of it, you know, because Lou's never done anything like that. He's never done any kind of manual labor like that.
Hawk, what did I say earlier about if he did go to do that? That he would never be able to do hard labor because he's sat in that car and stuff for how many years it keeps going up. You know,
right.
It's almost doubled. And basically, he turns around and sits in that car, does absolutely nothing, does very little walking, I mean, I'm
Right.
really shocked and surprised he don't have everybody in the house bringing him his plate so he don't have to walk to go get it. So I mean, it's freaking crazy, but you know, I guess I'm gonna put in my last 2 cents worth here and jump off.
Yeah, I gotta get crashed too.
So basically, Lou, you need to learn a lesson. You need to shut up and leave everybody else alone. You need to quit talking shit. You need to quit trying to supposed quote get popular. Trying to make your channel grow. It's never going to go nowhere. The only thing that you're going to do in the long run, and I'm being just as straight as I can be with you, you're going to end up one day saying the wrong thing to the wrong person, and they're going to come hunt you.
Yeah.
They're going to hunt you.
Oh, yeah.
And then what? If you can't handle working on a farm and doing manual labor, there's no way you're going to fight anyone. And even when, as I recall, one incident that he was offered a membership to a gym to train for 1 month, and this other person was going to pay for it, just so he could train, and then at the end of the month, they would settle it in a ring.
Oh, really?
And
I didn't hear about that one.
Oh yeah, remind me one day, and I'll tell you.
Yeah. I never heard about that.
So basically, he turns around, gets offered the membership. He never takes up on it. He backs out like a little coward. And gives every excuse and reason why he couldn't do it, and he had nothing to prove, and all this and the other. So that right there is why I'm saying that one day he's going to run off at the mouth. Nobody's going to say nothing to him. They're just going to walk up and seal his mouth shut.
Yeah.
Not saying me, unless he comes in my driveway. But he's got to learn a lesson, and he needs to leave people alone. He needs to quit thinking that, talking about people's families and children and whatever is funny, shits and giggles. But Hawk, I'm not trying to, cause you any issues, but if he would show up to my driveway, I remember some of the stuff that he said about my children.
Oh, yeah.
We will have to discuss that. And in a roundabout way, pussy boy, you would lose big time. If you've never had nothing in your rear end, I promise you I can implant a few things. And I'm not saying what them few things could be. A tree trunk, anything, several pieces of metal, and sew it shut. And hope he walks by a magnet.
It does get pretty crazy. I mean, you got to watch out because they'll start screaming, "Oh, he's threatening me."
Well,
I remember. I think it was
Lady
Di said she was going to rub his nose and
well, I just stated it's not a threat. So I mean, he can take it ever how he wants to, as he usually does. But I mean, he will learn one day, and he will get what's coming to him for running off at the mouth when he shouldn't.
Yeah.
Well,
I hear you, man.
So it comes out to it, they just can't help themselves.
Do what?
I think that's what it comes down to. They just seriously cannot help themselves.
You know what I mean?
Well, he
And
will
that's
one
why
day. I
everybody's always
mean,
in a big loop.
the only thing I can say is this: there's a lot of people out there that take things a lot more serious. Okay. So when that happens, and then he gets killed for running off at the mouth to the wrong person, that's probably going to be the biggest day for his wife, because she's going to jump up and down going, thank God I got out of this the easy way.
Right.
But, you know, if he really wants to keep pushing it and take a chance of something like that happening to him one day, not saying me, but just saying, with him running his mouth the way that he does, he's gonna get it. It's bound to happen. He's just gonna have to open it to the right person that lives right around the corner, and he's done.
Yeah. Well, did you guys see that guy? Were you guys watching still whenever Peachy Ryder went to Georgia, and she was covering the kind of the riots and demonstrations over in Georgia, and she ran across this dude by the name of Frank Hassel. He used to be on YouTube, but he finally got deplatformed, and he started following Peachy around, man, stalking her, and she didn't know it at the time, but it was for his channel, and he like offers people hot dogs, and he does some really weird shit. Well, the other night,
I wouldn't call that weird. I'd call that in a way of helping.
Well, you got to see the way this guy acts. Peachy ended up pulling a knife on the guy, because he would not leave her alone, and so that's where I became aware of him, and I hadn't thought about him in a while. And the other night, Shiva was talking about what happens on YouTube whenever you meet somebody and it's for real, you know, and you get hold of the wrong guy. And he said you need to search Frank Hassel and Boogie 928. Well, Boogie 928 was this fat kid that same guy Frank Hassel targeted, like he targeted Peachy. Well, this guy here just recently, not but last month, went to this kid's house, and this kid walked out with a handgun. And, you know, of course, he's live streaming it and shit, got his GoPros on. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And he says, well, first thing, I'm going to fire a warning shot. And he says, and after that, he says, I won't shoot to kill you, but he says, I'm going to shoot to wound you. And this kid fired off a warning shot right past his head. And old Frank figured out, I think I trolled the wrong guy finally, and he left. Well, now this kid's up on charges or whatever for discharging a firearm in city limits or whatever it is. He's got pending charges over the situation. But there was another case. This guy's trolling somebody that's mentally impaired. He has some sort of mental deficiency or disability that he's been struggling with, and this guy targeted him. And that's what's going to happen. You're going to end up targeting somebody, and they're a loose cannon. I mean, it's just like now Salty's streaming all these streams where he's worried about this Colton Woods cat. Well,
we've had
after
several
4 or 5
people
years of messing with the guy,
we've had several people that's come up and told us that with all the bullshit that he said and done to us, why have we not just turned loose on him and beat that ass? And I told them there's one reason. Shit splatters, for one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, like I said, we have been asked different questions about him.
Yeah.
And somebody else asked us something that, why would I just, go and find him and just shoot the shit out of him? And I said, because wasting a bullet would take all the fun out.
Well, sooner or later, I mean, you guys been around YouTube. You guys know how it goes. The bigger a channel gets, the crazier the followers become. You know what I mean? I mean, it's no different with the trolls and everything else. You start dealing with a bigger demographic of people, and it's very possibly he may just run into the wrong guy one day. You know, and he always brags about where his address is, where he lives, this and that. Well, he may find somebody that don't care. You know, it's kind of like the criminals and gun laws. They don't care about gun laws. And he may just find somebody that says, I'll take you up on that and be at his house. You know what I mean? And what is he going to do then? I mean, you would think he would think his wife's safety and his mother-in-law's safety and stuff like that
He don't listen. If he cared about them, and talking about his family, and supposedly, I guess now he's got an extra one living there with him. But you know, more or less, he's asking for it. He's not concerned about their safety or anything. He's more or less concerned about him and his shits and giggles, meaning his entertainment. And it's getting him nowhere. And as many people that know where he lives, he's just asking for it constantly.
Right.
I mean, maybe that's his way of saying that, hey, I want somebody to come in my house and kill me so that I don't have to go through this no more. I can't stop myself or something like that. And maybe that's true. Maybe he can't stop himself. But, you know, he better learn if he values his life. Because, like you said, one day he's going to run up on a mental case, and then there it's going to be.
Oh, well,
yeah. He's going to run into somebody that just don't really care whether they live or die. But I'm telling you for a fact, if he comes to me and threatens my family, yeah, I'm going to defend myself, and I will deal with it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, my family is my family, and I'm supposed to defend them.
Right.
And I will have all kinds of fun, and it won't be with a golf club.
Yeah, well,
it'll be with an old-fashioned 2x4 shaved down into a baseball bat. And I love to play knee ball.
That sucks, by the way.
I'd hit him so damn hard that his nuts would go up in his throat.
Well, I just dropped a link in the back. I just dropped a link in the back side there for you guys to look at that Frank Castle and Boogie 928 shooting. And that's a classic example of a guy that's trolling a guy, and he trolls the wrong one. And he's lucky he didn't eat lead that day. I mean, because he very could have possibly did. I mean, the kid walks out and rattles off a round at less than 10 feet away from the dude. You know what I mean? And there is no police that's there to save you whenever shit like that happens. You know what I mean? And like I said, I just, especially being in California with all the fucking crazies there, you know, I don't get it. But like I said, he's kind of stuck in this loop where all he cares about is numbers on his videos, and he's willing to do whatever, say whatever to try and make those views jump. And so instead of, you know, going through it like other channels and figuring out some content and going through the slow time until you start actually building up subscribers, he's trying to do this shock value, and those shock value channels never last. And generally something bad happens with people involved in them. And, you know, it sounds like you and I are along the same page. You know, our family and our loved ones come first, and you're willing to put away that YouTube shit to take care of your own, like you're supposed to. You know what I mean? But I guess since he's never been a dad and he don't get it, you know what I mean? I guess maybe he won't never get that or understand that.
If he would just do one thing and man up, if he would just man up and do one thing, everything would be probably a lot different. And that's the ones that he's talked about. Apologize, mean it, and go about his merry way.
Yeah.
Things would probably a lot better. And then he would. I really think that he don't really have any really true friends because he's made the comment before that he don't meet people from YouTube, but he met Wamito. So I really think that what he's missing is possibly some good friends, but
right,
him acting the way that he's acting and all, he'll never have any friends. Never.
Well, you know, they say it's that rule of 8, you know, that 8 of your closest friends is who you become. And if you're just hanging around with 8 trolls that do nothing but start shit with people, that's what you're going to be. You know what I mean? And a lot of people can't seem to break the mold and get out and do whatever it is they want to do. I mean, if you want to be on YouTube, fine. If you want to make money on YouTube, fine. But there's other ways of doing it than threatening people's grandchildren and saying the things you're saying. You know what I mean? There's more constructive ways and to get that done. And you know, I'm not sure what's going to happen with these last things that he said, because there are legal ramifications to all of that shit he just said here recently. And
yes, I know.
I don't know her all that well, but Peanut 411 seems like she's the type of person that will see something through. You know what I mean? Because it's not about money to her, it's about principle. And it's just kind of like a mother. She's got that mama bear instinct in her, and whenever you start threatening her grandkids with shit like that, that's a real deal, man.
Let me throw this up there at you, Wally. Let's suppose that you lived like 10 miles from me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you go out one day and all of a sudden you break down. And then you called everybody that you can call except me. And you call me and you ask me, would I come and get you? And I say, oh yeah, sure, I'll be there in just a minute. And I don't show up for like 2 hours. But again, I told you I'll be there in just a minute. What are you gonna think?
Well, I wouldn't be thinking much because the problem would probably be resolved by then. But yeah, you wouldn't think too highly of the person. You know? And
right.
Because like whenever you and I first started talking, all you got is your word in this life, and time is the most valuable thing anybody owns. And once you lose it, you never get it back. I don't care how rich you are.
That's right.
So
but that's one thing that I was trying to bring up right there is, you know, he's done so much to so many people, and I guess maybe he feels like, you know, that nobody would ever like him or whatever, but that's the chance that he's got to take. But the comments and stuff that he's made here in the past, you know, little bit, I think he's gonna feel the wrath of it. And there's a good possibility with the stuff that he's saying, he could end up spending some time in jail.
Well, you know, or Storm, maybe it's like what you're saying. Maybe, you know, because you and I both know how suicidal the dude has been over the years. You know, maybe that's his way of trying to get out of it all. Maybe he's trying to find somebody crazy enough to come get him, and you know, so he doesn't have to do it himself, because he's a devout Catholic. You know, I mean, supposedly. And Catholics believe if you take your own life that you don't get into heaven. So I don't know. Maybe he's got some twisted sense of try to mess with the wrong guy to punch his ticket or something. I don't know, but it just there's something off. You know what I mean? I don't know Lou well enough to know if he's got a mental deficiency or whatnot, because you know he makes it very apparent to everybody that you only know what I allow you to know, basically, on what he's telling you. You know what I mean? And that's why whenever I wanted to talk to you, because I heard that side of the story, you know what I mean? And I'm the type of person that I don't just take one side of the story. I generally look at both sides and then I make up my own mind about it. You know, like I think that's rational thinking. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I guess he's not thinking rational about some of that stuff. You know? I
Right.
don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, because it doesn't have to be that way. Because you know, Lou, the reason I approached Lou is because, like I said, I'm a channel builder, and even though he didn't have content, Lou has a gift of gab whenever he wants to use it. He's just using it for kind of the wrong kind of direction for any, you know, positive, effective change or outcome in a channel. You know what I mean?
Right.
And there for a while he was shaping up quite a bit, because you know, I'd have my kids here and he'd be all pissed off because I wasn't listening. I'm like, dude, I can't be listening to you whenever you're talking about doing your wife in the butt every 5 minutes. I said, I don't know any parent that would have that shit around their kids, and I damn sure ain't going to have it. You know what I mean? And so he did change quite a bit. And, but after him and I split ways, he's kind of went back to his old ways. Well, the new TOS on YouTube is really designed, and every single day he gets on YouTube, he breaks TOS every single time.
Oh, I know.
So I mean, if he doesn't want to be on YouTube, he probably ought to start setting up a different platform where he can go somewhere. But I don't think he's going to go anywhere until he gets booted off. And now I don't know if he's going to lose this channel or not. We'll see. He says he's on like a 2-week or something like that.
Well, here's the deal, though. With him doing this, if he got off of YouTube, he would do it but go and find something else that's probably just as bad or worse, and there it would be.
Yeah. Well, he has a podcast, and he did do a couple of podcast shows that I looked at and stuff like that. But you know, obviously nobody's listening.
Right.
But you know, so I mean, it's all about. It's kind of weird. It's how social media is designed. It's, you know, it's kind of like a drug to some people. You know, they get that click or view, or they get that comment, whether it's positive or negative. Some people just live for that shit.
Well, that's what he had stated to me once before, is that something about the fact of him not getting to meet people and making friends, and nobody that would want to come and see him or whatever. But the way he sounded is that he wants them to come and see him.
Right.
Okay. He don't want to have to go and see them.
Well, the world don't quite
tells me that he's missing something in his life, something he don't have or hasn't been able to have, or something going on somewhere.
Right.
And you know, I don't know exactly what that is or what. He states that he was bullied all of his life, and I guess he's learned how to bully other people.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, and he's kind of weaponized his channel, and he has now become the bully. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think he kind of likes it. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you this much. It's basically like I had a boy that was in school with me. He had this, I guess, thing that he liked trying to be bullying, and bully people. Well, he tried bullying me. Um, well, I was really close to my principal, and I asked my principal one day, in a roundabout way, I said, I've got this issue, and this person is trying to bully me around, and personnel. I'm not like that. I keep myself and stay out of trouble. And he was like, yes, I know you do. And I told him, that I didn't know what to do, and I didn't want to have to do something that I didn't want to do, but I would if I did, if I had to.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes people
Well,
get backed into a corner.
well, anyhow, he turned around and he wanted to know who it was, so I ended up telling him, and he said, "Well, I'll have a talk with him." I said, "Okay." So he had a talk with him, and that afternoon, the boy caught me outside, and he, walked up behind me and kicked me straight in the crack of the ass. He wore that day a pair of steel toe boots to school.
Oh shit!
And when he kicked me, I turned around and retaliated on him, and I punched him straight in his nose, in the lower part of his nose, top lip, and all. I busted his lip. I broke his nose in 5 places.
Yeah.
And he basically, wanted to know why I done it. I said, "You come up behind me, you started, I finished, and that's just
Right.
it." So, uh, we went back to the principal's office. I told the principal, what had happened, and he said, "You was just in my office earlier." He said, "I told you what was going to happen if you kept on. You didn't listen. You got what you deserved. No, I'm not suspending him. No, I'm not punishing him for punching you." And he didn't like it.
Yeah.
But I could have seriously hurt him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it goes back to that old fight or flight instinct. You know what I mean? Some people who are not fighters in the moment, that fight or flight instinct kicks in, and sometimes those people you'd never think are going to fight back turn into be some of the nastiest individuals you meet in your life whenever that instinct kicks in. And because it's in everybody's DNA, man. You either run or you fight, or sometimes you do opposite of what you think you're going to do. And it's kind of like the whole Colton thing. He could keep saying that people were paying him to go there, blah blah blah. I don't know if that's true, because I watched Lou for three days straight telling Colton, "Come to my house, come to my house, come to my house." The day that Colton showed up at his house, he was saying, "Come to my house, come to my house, come to my house." Well, little did he know, Colton was already there. He was just around the corner, and Colton was live streaming that too. And he said, "I'm here." And Lou said, "Well, come on." And then after that all takes place, Lou wants to file a restraining order on him. And I'm like, well, how are you going to get a restraining order whenever you've been telling the guy to come to your house for 3-4 days straight? I mean, it just doesn't make
There's
sense.
video of it.
Yeah.
I guess what he's trying to say, and all, Hawk, you can quit trying to go to sleep over and jump in the conversation. But
I'm listening.
But more or less,
I'm enjoying this shit.
But the thing about it is, if somebody's got the video of it, him saying, "Come to my house, come to my house, come to my house," then he's enticing the person.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
therefore,
you're poking a rattlesnake with a stick.
Right. So therefore, he can't go and put a restraining order on somebody.
Yeah.
If you can get the video evidence. See, the problem is Lou likes to hide most of what he does. Anything incriminating, He'll hide.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you
Yeah,
have to
that's
catch
why he
him.
takes everything down. Because he
Well,
can't leave anything up. You know what I mean? And he was talking about being monetized and this and that because on his channel that just got removed, I think he was just on the verge of making 1,000 subs. Well, I guess what he doesn't realize, because he got shut down for 7 days, I think, here just a while back.
Yep.
Whenever YouTube shuts down your channel, your watch hours go back to 0. So he's going to have to build back that 4,000 watch hours, and then he's going to have to figure out a content that he can actually get monetized for. But they're not going to monetize content of the shit that he's doing. Mess with people, mess with people's grandchildren, saying off the wall shit. He can. And I firmly believe the only reason he somewhat even tried to apologize to Peanut now is because he's taken so much flack from people that supported him about what he said he was going to do to Peanut's grandchild and all of the children in her family. I'm sure you guys have heard it. That was messed up. Straight
It
up messed
was.
up.
Oh yeah.
It really was.
And
I mean,
and I put a video out on it, and Tammy Lynn struck me on it. And he struck me just for the simple fact, number one, they're trying to get my information to dox me, but number two, to hide the content of what he said. Luckily, people like Teresa R made a video of that showing that, and she's not afraid of the strike. She knows how to handle that shit up. And if I knew how to do this, I could counteract it. But that's something I've never really dealt with. I helped Lou with a lot of strikes, but I've never ever walked through one myself. You know what I mean? And but it's stupid. And like I said, every time they're caught in a lie, they just reword it, change either the times or something a little bit different, and continue on with another lie in a different direction about the same thing. And he just keeps saying it and over and over and over and over, and it keeps going. And so, sooner or later, he's probably going to mess with the wrong cat. Like I said, especially the bigger a channel gets, the more the problems become. You know what I mean? Everybody knows that on YouTube, because you're just getting sheer volumes of people in there, and it's such a diverse population that you're dealing with. You're dealing with people literally all around the world. You know what I mean? And it's a real possibility you start messing with somebody from California like Colton that looks to be, from my standpoint, a loose cannon, and he poked the rattlesnake one too many times, and that rattlesnake's on the verge of biting back.
Yep. He's got a loose screw. Lou knows that. I just so felt sorry for him for Colton Wood showing up at his door. He knew Colton had a loose screw.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
he had to have.
Oh no, not had to have. He knew, because he'd been egging this on for a while. I mean, if they do go and end up in front of a judge, there's a lot of people who recorded those strings who'd be willing to give him that information to put in front of that judge. And that judge is going to look at Lou and he's going to look at Lou and think, well, Mr. Stefano, you put this out there. You egged him on. These are fighting words. Why in the world? I can't keep this restraining order in charge. I can't get this restraining order in place. And Lou's gonna have a major problem, because there's no.
He's gonna learn one day. He's gonna learn one day. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah. I mean it. That's the way YouTube channels work. You know what I mean?
Look at it like this. As much as he says on here, okay, about other females and all that. If he's doing it on here and you see it like he's doing it, then what is he doing when he's out elsewhere? At a convenience store, grocery store, it don't matter. You know?
Yeah.
What
Right.
is he saying to people at those places, this cashier or whatever, when he walks into a store and sees a woman down the aisle?
Yeah.
That's all it's going to take. They're going to recognize him one day. They're going to end up see him go back out, get into his vehicle, leave. They're going to follow him. They're going to find out where he lives, and then their old man's going to go over.
Yep.
Right.
And then what?
Yeah, it's just something that can be avoided. That's for sure. He doesn't have to be like that.
Yeah, but he always thinks
he
so.
chooses to be like that.
Yeah, but he always thinks that basically, even if something happened, he thinks, well, I can just call the law or whatever, the law will deal with it. Yeah, whatever. Like, see him get online.
Did you see the live stream whenever the law showed up over the Coltonwood thing?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I watched both sides. I know somebody that's got it both sides backed up on a channel. He was pretty docile while Colton was there. Once the cops got there, he became 10 feet tall and bulletproof and just started talking all kinds of mad smack. And, you know, there was neighbors out in this cul-de-sac, evidently. There was some kids out playing, and he's out there screaming and cussing at the top of his lungs now. You know, and so, you know, if he's going to court or trying to get orders on this dude, all that shit plays into effect. You know what I mean? The judge starts pulling records on that stuff, and the cops are going to write a report of what they've seen. Nothing may have taken place, but they're still going to write a report and say what was being said from both sides. You know what I mean? And if you got a guy out there that's screaming at the top of his lungs all this crazy shit, the cops are going to notate that. And the judge is going to see that shit whenever you go in saying you need a restraining order because you're in fear for your life. Well, you invited him over your house for 4 days straight, 3 or 4 days straight, and then look at how you acted once he was there. And you're saying
he just made a comment. He just made a comment tonight that if he lost his job because of the stuff that he's doing, basically, that if he ever lost his job, that then he was going to devote every minute to making Hawk's life a living hell. Basically.
Well, how would he know? How would he know it's Hawk's?
Exactly.
How would he know? I mean, that's the thing. He's got so many people mad at him. How would he know just to point the finger at Hawk? Just like the thing
That's
about
his,
just like his little romantic elude. I didn't fucking tell anybody shit, but he blamed me and Kuma, and you know, I mean, you guys know him from experience. He tells everybody everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So he didn't just tell her and I about it. We didn't just make up some fucking story.
Exactly.
He confided it to us, and he obviously confided it to somebody else that talked. You know, and just like the stream, you guys know it as well as I do. Every stream from everybody is always recorded, and somebody on Discord's got it. Just like this one will be. I don't care how big, how small you are, nothing like that. It's like whenever I very first met Wynito. Wynito was a week in before I finally met him, and I went to his channel. And one of the videos Wynito had was drone footage of his house. And I said, hey, man. And I commented, I said, I know where that's at. I said, I used to play football on that field. And I said, you know, you're kind of in the wrong community to be doing that shit. And he took it down. Well, it turns out almost 2 years later, somebody had that drone footage saved in Discord and knew where Wynito's house was. And I don't know who doxed him, but somebody doxed Wynito with it. And it was only up a couple of days on his channel. And he was a nobody. He didn't even have hardly any subs. You know what I mean? And so that's why I try and tell people everything is recorded. You may not think so. You may, just because you may have one sub, but guarantee you somebody's got it. I don't know why they collect all this shit, but people do. You know,
Nothing better
they
to
do.
do.
Right?
That's all there is to it. Just nothing better for them to do.
Yeah, evidently. So, and I've never been in Discord. Here recently, I've had a lot of people ask me to come to Discord, and I've been thinking about it. But whenever that whole thing fired up, I heard it was a big goat rope, and there was all kinds of problems in there, blah blah blah, and I don't really like that kind of shit. So there was no interest for me to go. If it was going to be all these problems, there's enough problems in the world. I don't need to go pour more gasoline on it. You know what I mean? So
if you put a match next to some gasoline, it's going to explode.
Right.
Okay. And that's all Lou is waiting on.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't get his thought, but maybe there's something there more to the story. You know what I mean? He obviously has some pretty severe anger issues. Maybe there's something more to the story that none of us know about.
I think he needs a lot of counseling.
Yeah, very well could possibly be.
Dr. Phil couldn't fix that shit. Are you kidding me?
Dr. Phil.
Do what?
Dr.
That's
Phil
funny.
can fix that.
Oh.
Of course, I like to think it'd be funny to take him on the Steve Wilkos show. See, he pissed off Steve Wilkos.
Here's the thing with me though. If he would apologize and just go to hell on and leave us alone, we'd be fine.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have to worry about speaking to him again. But I know he's not. It's just like before I ever started coming back around. Yeah, I've done a lot better not even being on here. But, I do have people that has asked about us and this, that, and the other. But the thing about it is, what would he physically look like? I mean, give me both of y'all's opinion. What would he physically look like picking on someone like me? All right. And me in the shape I'm in, but yet him in the shape he's in. And him get his ass just handed to him if we ever met each other face to face.
I ain't no telling.
Can you imagine how that would look?
I don't think it'll ever happen like that. I mean, Lou pretty much avoids panels anymore. I mean, he has been like out with the Canadians and some other place here a little bit more recently. But the last time I seen him do a panel is that CFW interview that was like, God, I don't even know how many months ago that was now. It's probably pushing 6-8 months. But CFW did an interview on him, and it was definitely an interview that was set up where she had some people there that wanted questions answered because they were all there at the end and they wanted to come up and talk to Lou. And as soon as she brought one of them up, Lou bounced. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he did not have to answer questions for his behavior.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting and watching.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever happened to the old saying of everybody get along, and it's like my mama used to tell me a long time ago when I was a kid coming up that people get I guess, more excited or whatever out of being mean to others than to being nice.
Right.
It's just like I want to put you to a test of something that was given to me a long time ago. All right. And I want to see what your answers are. All right. And then I'll tell you. All right, Hawk.
What?
And then Wiley, I'll give you the same question. I got $100 bill and a dollar bill. I lay it down and told you you could have one. Which one would you take?
The 100, of course.
Okay. Wally, I got a $100 bill and a dollar bill laying down. Told you you could have one. Which one would you take?
I think I would take the 100 too.
Y'all greedy motherfuckers.
Well, I mean, I don't know anybody that say I'll just be happy with the buck if they can get 100 for free.
Let me teach you a little something. Just because somebody lays down a $100 bill and a dollar bill, don't mean that you've got to go after the bigger one. Okay.
Well, especially if there's stipulations attached to that $100 bill, that makes things a little bit different. You know what I mean?
It's not stipulations, but I'm just saying it is the point of if somebody says, "Hey, you can have one," they could be putting you to a test. It's just
Absolutely.
like I was taught,
Absolutely.
huh?
Absolutely, but I think anybody's natural response. I mean, that's a pre-built response to a lot of people. I mean, I don't think you could put that test before 100 people and get one of them that'd say, "I'll take the $100 bill." I think just about 99.9% of the people would say they want the $100 bill if there was no stipulations attached. You know what I mean? It's just greed is a ingrained thing in people. Now, I'm not a greedy person, but if you're going to get $100 for free or $1 for free, now you never know. Maybe that $1 has $10,000 attached to it for the test, but you can't really say, that. I don't see too many people saying, "No, I only want $1."
Well, more or less, I said that, I think, because it was put to me two different ways. One is this: if you lay down a $100 bill and a dollar bill, and you tell somebody they can have one, okay, and they usually, if they go after the 100, then that usually means that they're greedy. They want the most, and that type of thing. If somebody goes after the dollar bill, then that means that they're not greedy. They're more of a giving person than they would be receiving.
I had this. Speaking of that, I got a real quick story for you. Speaking of that, I had a woodshop teacher that used to always walk around, and if he picked up a penny, he'd say, "Penny save, penny earn," he'd stuff it in his pocket. So it started out, we started gluing quarters and dimes down on the floor in woodshop, and he'd be out there with a chisel getting those fuckers up. So we took a dollar bill and we glued that thing down to the freaking floor, and he spent a week on that thing, getting it off with razor blades until he got it off intact, and he rolled it up and put it in his pocket. And he said, "Don't cash it." I just thought it was hilarious, man. Dude, he was serious about it. Yeah, I don't know, but you see what I'm saying? It's kind of like the seven sins. You know what I mean? Of gluttony, sloth, and all that other shit. I think you have some things that are just built into people, and you could take a person who's not a greedy person, and they're still going to want it. If, like I said, if there's no stipulations attached. I think just about everybody would use that $100 bill.
If you lay the $100 bill and the $1 bill down and tell them they can pick and have one, right? Then that's one thing. But, however, if they're holding it in their hand, okay, and tell you, you can have one, and they hand you one, then that's another way. Okay, difference in it. That's that person wanting you to have that specific one. But if it's laid down and you're having to choose, then why you want to be so greedy?
Right.
Because I might have a need for that 100.
I'll
Man,
give you
I
100.
lady,
I'll give you
I was
100.
I was at the store the other day, and the lady asked me. She says, "Man, what is it with everybody paying with $100 bills anymore?" I said, "Haven't you heard that $100 bill is a new $1 bill in America? Because I can't go to the store with my kids without dropping $100 anywhere I go. If I go anywhere, I'm spending a minimum of $100. I mean, I've never. I mean, it's shit's just shit's expensive, you know.
Yeah.
So, but
Hey, I heard. I'm just gonna put this out there. Hawk, do not laugh. Whatever you do, I know you probably got to go to the bathroom, but still. Hey, I heard you worked down at the condom factory testing out rubbers.
Hawk did.
Hawk, no, I said you.
Me?
Yeah, I heard you worked down at the condom factory.
No, man. No.
You know what's
Not
funny?
true.
Go stick one over a tailpipe of a vehicle, right? Put a little bit of glue around it and everything, and seal it. Let somebody try to crank their car. Okay, if it's a single exhaust, it shouldn't crank. Well, I guess depending on what kind you use, but still, when that joker pops, it sounds like a backfire, and most people will think, "Oh shit, what happened to my car?"
Too bad Eddie Murphy didn't do that back in the day instead of the banana in the tailpipe.
Oh, one thing that I used to have fun doing is you take an egg, all right, you put a little spot of glue on it, and you quickly, push it up in a tailpipe and let it sit. And as long as it don't, come loose and roll around, it's fine. But you wait, you let them crank up, and sit there and warm a vehicle up, and the exhaust starts getting hotter and hotter, and it'll physically cook that egg and smell, I mean, horrible later. And it don't take long to do it.
Yeah. Well, brothers, I got to get out of here, man. I got a hell of a long day. It's 4th of July weekend. But Hawk, thanks for having me up, man. But I got to bounce, man.
I'm glad you showed up.
Yeah, and Storm, just with like kind of how we started talking, I realized that there was a lot of bridges that was burnt for you in the whole process of all this shit going on.
There's a lot of people that took everything the wrong way that won't talk to us now. So,
well, you know what I mean? It's kind of like just give it a try like we did. And, we've been pretty cordial to each other, up front with each other. And I think some of the other people that we've talked about anyways, I mean, I wasn't like I said, I wasn't there. So I don't know exactly all what went down whenever it went down. I mean, because I was there at the tail end whenever I heard you supposedly keeled over, blah, blah, blah. And I was gone for a while, but I wasn't really involved with watching all that. I seen a little bit of overflow just from where I was hanging out and heard some shit. You know what I mean? Because back in the day, I used to hang out at Jen T's room quite a bit, and obviously you hear everything that goes on there. That was like Ma Bell. But just take it day by day, and reach out to a couple of people. And you know what? If some of them are willing to talk to you, talk to them. And if the others aren't, just keep rolling, because from what I've seen in the past, sometimes those bridges that are built or burnt takes a while to rebuild. So, and sometimes trust will come from you, other people that you talk to, and then it just starts compounding from there, and you start growing the friendships back. So, but you know, I'm the type of person that whenever somebody tries to burn a bridge, I always ask why it was burnt. You know what I mean? And there's always an explanation, and I think you've been pretty truthful and upfront with me, and like I said in the very beginning, my dad told me a long time ago, if you're going to be a liar, you better have a good memory. You know what I mean? Because and that's why I don't. It's just easier to just say it the way it is, and this is how it is.
Well, that's how it should be.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the people who are recording or watching this are not going to be happy about the discussion we had, because I've heard that it's been discussed in a couple other places. But like I had somebody giving me shit the other day, saying that I just talk shit on Ladies Die channel, and I said no. I said, you know, whenever the finger's pointed and shit's thrown my way, I said I think I ought to have the fucking ability to say my own 2 cents also. You know, and I told somebody to kiss my ass on that one, because I very much live by don't start no shit, won't be no shit. That's always been my motto, and I don't go out knowingly trying to start shit. But whenever somebody starts calling me the names that they're calling me, like what they called you and about your family, that's I take that shit personal, and it's bullshit. So, I mean, I'm definitely going to speak up about a couple of those things, and I ain't shy about it. And you ask me a question, I'll give you an honest answer. You may not like it, but I'm going to tell you how way I see it, and that's the only way I know how to travel.
Well, always remember this: opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one.
Everybody got one. Right? Yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
Thing about it is I don't give a shit who likes me and who don't, really. I'm not here trying to impress anyone. I don't have to impress anyone. I've got who I need and what I need, and that's it. You know, and anybody that thinks that they could destroy me or destroy that, you better have another damn thing coming. So that's something I can tell you about that situation. The best thing you can do is you're wasting your time instead of trying to do what you can to bring somebody down and destroy them. Go find something else to do.
Right.
But you know, there's no one that I know of that is trying to destroy Lou. He's done that on his own.
Yeah. Yeah. That's just like the other day he said, search my name and you'll see all kinds of lies written about me. And you know what? I had never searched his name. And I tell you what, you search his name, you come up with some crazy shit. And you know, you can say one person is at fault or maybe 2 people are at fault. But whenever you start reading hundreds and hundreds of fucking comments and looking at videos, everybody can't be wrong. You know what I mean? And
true.
You know, and it goes that, you know, whenever you're pointing a finger at somebody, three of them are pointing back at you, and he never takes any. He always says he owns it. No, he don't. He owns stuff whenever he gets caught, just like the half-hearted apology to Peanut. It was a half-hearted apology, more so because he was getting so much flack over what he said. He could give a shit about Peanut or her grandchildren. All he cared about is his
do
public
you know
image.
how many times that he has physically done like an apology video to us, or there's a couple others I think he's done one too. He do it 1 minute, anywhere from 10 minutes to 2 days later, it's done. He never meant a damn word of it.
Yeah. Well, he also says, I'm going to talk about this one final time or this only time, and it's never going to be brought up again. You know, it's like the thing that happened between him and Lady Di. He says, I'm talking about it one time and then it's over. And then for 2 weeks straight, him and Swammy came on every single day, just bashing that lady. I mean, bad. And then they give her shit for, and then they give
I'll
her
be
shit
honest
for
with you. He
flipping
better
shit
leave
back.
her alone because I'm
Yeah.
serious. That woman ain't gonna play with him.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. And what a lot of people don't realize is, I get it that there's a lot of bad people on YouTube, but there's a lot of really good people on YouTube also. And like I was talking on Lady Di's stream the other day, you don't have to be the victim of bullying or part of it to report it. The TOS is very clear. If you see something, they want you to report it. And you can report stuff in other people's behalf. So if you see somebody just really getting the shit kicked out of them, and I think everybody should do that. I mean, that's the only way the problem is going to start to correct, is by the good people who are actually standing up and saying, yeah, this is bullshit and I'm going to call it out on it. And I think that's what happened with Loose Channel the other day, is enough people said this was enough, and and people started reporting it. And you know, whenever YouTube starts getting complaints from all around the map, you know, the machine starts to listen. Come on, come inside. You're inside now. Come on.
I am inside. Quit calling me like I'm a dog.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Battery's almost cooked.
Reach
You guys
over
have a
and slap
good
you
night.
upside the head in a minute.
What's that?
I said, reach over and slap you upside the head in a minute. You better not tell me you might enjoy that shit neither, because if you do,
no,
listen,
man,
we're done.
No,
Everybody have a good
I don't
night.
roll like that. I don't roll like that, man.
Thank God. I was getting a little worried.
All right, yeah, right.
I'll talk to you later, fucker.
All right, guys, you have a good one. Hawk, thanks for having me up, dude. And
No problem, Wally. Glad to see y'all.
yeah, we'll talk another time. If you need my number, Storm's got it, and if he wants to give it to you, you're free to give me a shout whenever you feel like it.
Hey,
So,
I'm on. Is it okay if I go down to the truck stop and put it on the bathroom wall?
I'd appreciate it if you don't do that.
Oh,
because I make a horrible cross dresser if I had to dress up.
Oh fuck! I gotta go. That was a mental image I did not. Damn! Now I can't get that shit out of my head. Damn it! Baby, help!
All right, guys, take it easy. Bye.
Bye. Take them easy, Hawk. I'm gonna bounce on out of here too, man. Thanks for having me up here.
No problem, Storm. Glad to see you.